I don't know. How can I be phone? Let me take a head count before we start. It's okay. We still get a head count of everyone, including us. You know, everybody just in a different place, so it Cassie Pope. I, I, oh, your fault that I'm here. You told me I had to come. Huh?
Couple of quick questions.
Yeah, I can't.
Do you need to know that who moves and who seconds when we go through the different articles? So I need to know, we need you to be able to stop me if you miss that.
Okay.
Okay,
Should be what? Am I recording?
yes.
All right. I need to return those other things still on. Again, we pay for any voting. I know, you know. Well, I don't know. I'll have them fill out a card. Hold on. What was your other?
The other question is that the elected of the folks that would have to do at this meeting. How do you plan on having me handle that? That was where your question to me was about the ballot piece. I assume we're just gonna do it by hand.
Yeah, I brought your ballots in case
If we need
somebody
them.
asks, and we'll just have to.
Okay,
I'll leave it up to you.
no, that's fine. That's fine. And do they have yes or no on
Yep.
them? Or
Some do and some are blank. It's for like by the committee and else. Can we swear in people before you leave today from the election?
we can?
That's what we usually do at the end of.
That's not a problem. Thank you for reminding me. Just grab me or say, Terry, where the heck are you going? And I'll stay. Okay, that's fine. Is there anything else that you have?
No?
Okay, let's talk on the big. Thank you. Yeah.
Can you use my pen? Thank you so much. Yeah. Do you ever take like a deep breath? You know, if a woman marriage next to her is I've been considering that. And up the way. Okay, I fix the top right. It's another thing, another. It's plastic. Okay. I got one. You knew I had another one. You know what? Over half her potential. Almost always spoken. Oh. It's okay. Still want my pen. No, you want your pen?
Wi-Fi and stuff. I started thinking about that.
I'm not worrying about it. I'm just gonna upload it. It's recording.
Okay, it is recording. Good.
Yeah, you're recording.
Thank you. That service at 11. So
Yeah.
I know what a week it's been. Yeah.
You gonna be okay? Or try to get the motion and the it should be on their card and you should hold it up.
They hold it up and
Yes.
And William, I wanted to tell you, there is a new sign on the end of our road. I don't know if you just squeezed it in just recently, but it's there. The children at play.
Oh,
But
I
there's
did-
one on the side of the road that used to be up, and now it's just laying there. It's in real good shape. So I
Okay.
don't know if you guys want to. I mean, that's a waste.
I
on the
did,
side of the road.
I
and
did.
it's been there for like since last year. So somebody should
I'm
pick it up
sure.
and yeah.
I can
Yeah.
find Emily. I'll tell her right now, but I did tell Bill.
Okay. Thank you.
Lady, thanks. I don't know if that's you.
I know, right? Those second grader bangs don't give it away. Oh my gosh, I don't want to go up.
Yes.
Just hand that to them. They'll give you a name card. Are you registered?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
I'll wait till line goes down.
No, there was a sign up, I think probably the whole time, but the leaves grew in front of it. And nobody
yeah?
saw it. My husband went over there the other day and trimmed all the branches.
Oh, hey.
Yay.
I told her anyway.
Thanks. Wow.
When it's slightly needing check and just waiting for people, just needing, animation and all the time.
75. Just get a rough number. A rough number soon. Are you gonna vote? Are you gonna vote? Did you sign in?
No.
Probably should. Many?
Signing?
Yeah. No.
Oh,
Hey, I got the microphones. I can't get them over there.
Any those? What's that? Yeah. Cassie, double checked. It's recording.
Looking for zero Whole town board up there. That's it was inside. No one's ever played with there. Event thinking I don't even know if that's very right business here. Yeah, I mean you can stretch out like that's not been it's an insane place to look at while you through. Well, I guess maybe they thought that people would stay in the amateur, right? Wall Street. You finally have a couple. Okay. My name is Darrell Burness. I was elected moderator for the town meeting, which included the election. After the election, the town meeting was recessed. I'm reopening the meeting today. There's one quick announcement. If you could either turn your phones off or put them on mute so that you don't get disruptions to the meeting by individuals' phones. I appreciate that. I'll start the meeting by announcing for those who haven't heard the election results, which I don't know if anybody has it at this point, but for selectmen, Susan Boulay received 177 votes. Aaron Harvey received 222 votes. There were 10 blanks. For road commissioner, Alan McNeil received 258 votes. David Terrio received 144 votes, and there were 7 blanks. The recall election, those who voted yes, there were 219. Those who voted no were 187, and there were 3 blanks. The RSU number 10 budget referendum, question 1, yes had 139 votes, no had 255 votes. There were 15 blanks. Question 2, yes had 238 votes, no had 152, and there were 19 blanks. So overall on the RSU votes, the total for the towns of Buckfield, Hanover, Hartford, Mexico, Roxbury, Rumford, and Sumner were 900 yes and 864 no. For question 2, there were 1,230 yes and 509 no. So question 1 and question 2 passed. So I'm going to shortly turn the meeting over to Susan to pass out the award that's being given for, I believe it's the Spirit of America Award. But before I do that, I would like to take the opportunity to thank our select board. This past year has been an incredibly difficult year to be a member of the select board. We've seen some incredibly bad behavior in my view And I think Kathy Landry and Susan Boulet, who are outgoing commissioners, deserve an incredible thanks for the efforts they've put into improving the town and maintaining the town. And of course, Kathy Lowe is not to be left out in that thanks as well. So thank you all for doing the job that you were elected to do, despite the adversity under which you had to do it. Susan?
Thank you.
This year, we are proud to present the 2025 Spirit of America Award to Dina Toma. Not to mention the support of her awesome husband, Chris. The town of Hartford proudly recognizes Dina Toma for her outstanding dedication and tireless efforts in organizing fundraising events and community dinners to support the residents facing urgent needs. Through your compassion, hard work, and remarkable ability to bring people together, you've made a lasting difference in the lives of many. Your selfishness and care reflect the very best of what the Spirit of America Award represents. You've not only helped meet critical needs within our community, but you've inspired others through your actions, reminding us all of the power of compassion and community spirit. Thank you, Dina, for your unwavering commitment to serving others and for being a shining example of what it means to give back. And I just want to tell you a few of the things she's been doing. She's been doing, besides her regular job of running all these events for her crafting and small business for event planning. She's been moving wood for multiple families when they needed wood last fall and wintertime, all under the radar. You didn't see that out there talking about it. She just did it. She's been raising funds for a woman who lost her well. That is an elderly woman that's disabled, and again, nobody's out there putting it out that this is what's going on. She's been schlepping spaghetti, doing picking up trash on yards. She's been just phenomenal at putting this community together, and it is amazing the work she's done. Not look for an ounce of credit. She's by far the best Spirit of America Award winner in my time.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, with that, I will delegate my moderator responsibility to Terry Hayes, who will conduct the rest of the town meeting today. Thank you.
So I have a microphone, but none of you do. Does that scare anybody? I don't want it to. Good morning. Before we start with anything formal, could I ask those who are able to stand, please, so we can touch the flag? So. The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Now, just curious to know if there's anybody here for whom this is their first time meeting except for the majority meetings. I have several people this is your first time meeting. Well, welcome. Thank you for coming. The rest of you, I'm expecting you to model how you are to behave appropriately at a town meeting, so that they know how to do this right out of the chute. Okay. And a reminder, when you're here, we're here to listen respectfully until it's your turn to talk. At which point, the rest of the body will be poised and listening respectfully. That's my request. A reminder, we are not here to judge anybody's job performance. This is not a performance review. I would ask you to hold any criticism. You can deal with that with your elected officials and your town staff another time, but that's not on our agenda today. Everything that's on our agenda is printed in the warrant, and my understanding is you all got a copy when you came in the door. Right? Unless there's an objection, I'm going to use the mini moderator's manual as our guide for today's meeting. Hearing no objection, it just means if we get stuck in terms of a process question, we'll answer it in here. Okay? So far, that hasn't been great. Yes, Ms. Travelers.
Can't hear you very well.
Well, if I hold this closer to my mouth, this is going to be an interesting balancing act. Usually there's a podium like this and rest it on and I can't. I will make every effort, and Elizabeth, if you would do this to remind me, that would be helpful. Okay? I don't intend to whisper. All right. So, as Mr. Gomez indicated, there were multiple decisions on the earlier articles of your warrant for this meeting. We are up to article number 5. Just letting everybody get caught up for where we are. To elect or appoint the following town officers for the ensuing year, or to take any other action there too. So my plan of operation here is to ask for nominations. We can do these one at a time. So for the General Assistance Director, are there any nominations for General Assistance Director? Ms. Holman. Is there a second? Mr. Bowen seconded that. So it's been moved and seconded to nominate the Board of Selectmen as General Assistance Director. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion for the select persons to serve as General Assistant Director, please raise your cards. Thank you. Let's stand. No votes opposed. Thank you. The motion carries. Board of Assessors. Are there any nominations for the Board of Assessors? Mr. Bowman. Mr. Bowman nominates the Select Board. Mr. Bonas seconds that nomination. Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion for the Board of Assessors, please raise your cards. Thank you. Cards down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. We need 5 Budget Committee members. First thing you have to alert you guys to, if you don't, that's the way you go. That's the way I need it. Model that. I can't read it because I'm too darn old. But sir, if you would stand as I would first and let me know who need a pen. Thank you. So Ms. Eichmann, is there a second? Thank you. Ms. Holman? Kathy Jo Morris? Passes. Is there a second? Who said that? Ms. Eichmann seconded it. So I've got Ms. Eichmann, Casey Jo Morris. Are there other nominations? Ms. Moulin?
Hi.
Nick Tip? Got it? Mr. Gomez?
I nominate James Owen.
Is there a second?
Effectively declined.
Mr. Bowen declines the nomination. Sir, you had your, I don't know your name, but I can't read it, so could you say it? Oh. Thank you. So I have 3 names. Ms. Moulin?
Sorry.
Nominated and seconded by Mr. Bowman. Please, Harvey. Are y'all looking around to see who's not here so you can fill that fifth hole? I'm sorry, Miss Terrio. And Violet. 10 Violet. Is there a second? And ma'am, I could read your part. And you have to say it because it's about a second. And tell me the name again, Miss Terrio. And Violet. Thank you. So right now I have Ms. Eichmann, Casey Jo Moore, Smith Tips, Elise Harvey, and Ken Violet. Are there other nominations? Seeing no hands. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Bonis. Cassidy Bedard. Cassidy Bedard. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Bowman. Were there other nominations? Seeing no hands, I'm gonna close the nominations. I'm looking at this. We're looking for 5 budget committee members and we have 6 nominations. So my first question, Ms. Eichmann, if elected, are you willing to serve? Thank you. Casey Jo Morris, if elected, are you willing to serve? Thank you. Nick Tipp, if elected, are you willing to serve? Where's Nick? Thank you. Elise Harvey, if elected, are you willing to serve? Yes. Thank you. Ken Violet, if elected, are you willing to serve? No. Thank you, Ken. Cassidy Bedard, if elected, are you willing to serve? Yes. Thank you. So at this point, we have 5 nominations and 5 positions. See, we closed the nominations, so I'm going to ask for your vote. Again, the 5 candidates are Ms. Eichmann, Ms. Morris, Mr. Tiff, Ms. Harvey, and Ms. Bedard. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. We now have a budget committee. And we're looking for a nomination for a fire warden. Are there any nominations for a fire warden for the team? Ms. Eichmann. Mr. Tarda? Is there a second? Is there a second? Thank you. Are there any other nominations for fire warden? Seeing none, I'll close the nominations and we will have a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Tarda serving as a fire warden, please raise your names and your cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Call there. Pick it up. Yes.
Baxter.
What's Mr. Target's first name?
Baxter.
Baxter. So we're moving on. Article number 6, to see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the summer roads account, which includes $153,013 for the FY 25-26 principal and interest payment on the main bond bank loan dated November 1, 2021. The total amount borrowed equals $1,400,000. The requested amount, $683,013. The budget committee and select board recommend raising $200,000. Is there a motion on article number 6? Mr. Harlan.
I'd like to amend the motion.
There is no motion, sir. Make the motion, and then let's see if we need to amend it. What?
Make a motion to amend.
You don't have, okay. Mr. Harlan. You can make the main motion, sir. There is no motion to amend yet. You want to do something other than what's recommended. What number do you want to be here? 185,000. So you are moving $185,000 in order to accomplish the information in article number 6 that was read. Is there a second? Ms. Harvey. I have to repeat that name because Leanne's keeping the minutes over here.
So it's been moved and seconded to raise or appropriate $185,000 for the, summer roads account as described in Article number 6. Mr. Harvey, do you want to speak to your motion?
Sure. So I've been doing some math this week, everything I yesterday. Math, weekend yesterday. I found out that we received $496,000 from FEMA. 280 that can be put into the summer road account and used for areas in general. We have a reserve in summer road of $20,014. We have ARPA funds that use specifically culverts, and we have $20,000 for paving. The remainder of the FEMA funds is $288,120 that we can have to use to get the roads in that FEMA war. So that being said, that leaves us with roughly $240,000 in some road account. 185 that are recommended would be to cover the bond limit of 152.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'm going to ask for your vote. It's been moved and seconded to raise and or appropriate $185,000 for summer roads. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion carries. Article number 7. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the winter roads account. $545,380 has been requested. The Budget Committee and Selectmen recommend raising $481,500. Is there a motion on Article number 7? Let's move on. Are you moving the recommended amount of $481,500? Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded that. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Mr. Downing, I know that because I served on the school board with you.
Why are they recommending less?
Is there someone from either the Budget Committee or the Board of Selectmen that could explain the lower amount based on last year's decision? It is higher. The difference. Excuse me, Ms. Harvey?
Yeah.
I didn't call on you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll get you, okay? Hang on just a second. Point well taken. I think the question was why was it lower, but it's actually higher than last year's appropriation.
Years.
You want to know the difference. Is that your question, Mr. Brown?
Beg your pardon?
You want to understand the difference, the $220,000 difference between the two numbers. Is that your question, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Harvey, do you have an answer to that question?
Yes, I served on the budget committee this year, and do you recall if I continued to be the salt?
Ms. Harvey, I need you to talk to me.
Okay.
He's going to hear you. But I get to decide who answers the question, and we're going to learn how to do this together. Okay, we're good.
All right.
So what your question was with one of the other budget committee members?
I recall it had something to do with the salt, and I would like to figure out more of that information, but I do recall it had something to do with the salt.
Thank you. Is there another member of the budget committee that could assist with the answer here?
What I can add to that would be, we did it trying to keep taxes no rate as low as possible, but still giving and we did every item on the budget.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Ms. Holman?
My question is it not the case that, as with most contracts, the amount in each contract is higher the next year to look forward to cost of everything rise, cost of living fee? Our trash contract goes up every year, and just not our contract that goes up every year.
somebody want to answer Ms. Holden's question? I believe the question is, doesn't the plow contract go up every year? Mr. Bone?
So looking at the,
Mr. Bone, can you speak loudly enough so that your neighbors can hear you, sir?
looking at the requested amount from 25, the plow contract was 357,700. And this year went up to 367,500. On the salt, which is requested 95,880, and the selectmen and the budget committee recommended 60,000. Approved last year was 77,000, and on the sand, requested amount was 78,000. Recommended amount by select board and budget is 50,000. 23,000 was approved last year, and I know that was because we had excess sand already in the shed.
Ms. Harvey?
Yes, I agree, Leah, for looking at that. I looked at my numbers and it was based off of what previous years were for the salt and sand. And I want to say we had some in the shed still.
Thank you. So again, the motion before the body is to raise and or appropriate $481,500 for article number 7. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Mr. Bone?
This is a question for Leanne. Do you know if this year's budget has been already expended on salt, land, sands?
Let's give Marina time to take that answer out. Question is, what is this year's budget and was it entirely expended?
We still have 42,947.
42?
$42,947 remaining. Go ahead, Leanne.
But our auditor said what we spent last June on sand had to come out of this year. So I think it's like 23,000 is going to be deducted from that because we spent it out of the actual year we were going to use it.
But it was spent in the June of the prior fiscal year. Why couldn't, I don't know.
She said we have to take it out of current year because we used it in current year.
And I need a real quick time out. You go voices.
No,
You live in town.
no,
Sorry?
no.
Okay, my bad. It's, in order for Leanne to participate occasionally and answer questions, because she's not a resident, even though she's an employee, I need a motion that would allow town employees, that live outside of town to be able to, participate, verbally in the meeting, and the 2/3 vote. So, you can't really decide because it's upside down.
So move that, town employees who do not reside in town or partner because they have valuable information may contribute to our discussions in this meeting.
Thank you. Is there a second?
So couldn't hear it.
If she moved to allow town employees who live outside of town to participate in the discussion during this meeting as appropriate, and it was seconded. And all those in favor, raise your cards. Amen. Thank you. All those opposed. Thank you. We won't have to do that every time, but that's what there was for the rest of the meeting. Okay. So are there other questions or comments on the motion on article number 7, Mr. Braun?
So my question is the town gonna be able to spend the 23,000 this fiscal year?
Go ahead, Leanne.
The 23,
Well, you said, I think it was 23.
23,000 will be deducted from that total of 42 because we used that sand in this current year. And the remainder, we would have to spend it on something is we're going to use before June 30th.
So there'll be a carryover, and there'll be a remaining amount in that account.
So it won't be a carryover though, it's gonna go back to fund it.
Right. It lapses to the fund balance. Any other questions or comments? At this point in time, I'm gonna ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 7, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 7 carries. Article 8. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate the sum of money for the administration account. Budget Committee recommends raising $296,703. The Board of Selectmen recommend raising $299,789. Is there a motion on Article number 8? Ms. Eichmann.
I move we recommend the name.
Which one?
Recommended by which body now? Your motion is the $296,703. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Ballard. So the Budget Committee's recommendation has been moved and seconded in Article number 8. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Mooman.
To cover, somebody to video take part-time in meetings. Warnings of the public meetings. And figure out.
Hang on just a second. I'm going to come back to you and let you give a statement, but I want to make sure I have the amendment. What I'm understanding you to do is seeking to amend by raising the total by $3,000 with the intent that it is spent to support videotaping and availability of meetings after the fact. So this is an employee position.
Get rid of me and put in someone.
Might I suggest that I won't. Okay, so I have a second. Again, can you turn that right side up? Because I have a better look. Maybe I can read it. I still need. Ms. Matthews. Is that a second? I'm looking for a second to the proposed amendment. Ms. Matthews has seconded it. Ms. Wilmot, would you please explain the request?
Made it. You can see the story, right, or what have you. The truck is very busy during, prior to and during the select board meeting, so it's hard to maintain. And so I think, timer who's, going to, record the meetings, would be helpful to the clerk. And I did the calculations based on $20 an hour, 80 hours a year. Includes working as well.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just want everyone to keep in mind that the Budget Committee and Selectmen made a lot of cuts. They got rid of Barbara's position. I just want to be fair. I was hoping we could get a volunteer to help with the recording, but just keep that in mind.
Right now, the matter before the bottom is not the main motion, but the proposed amendment adding the $3,000. So I'm going to ask comments be focused on the proposed amendment. Until we dispense with that. Ms. Holman, and I'm back to you.
Question was. Contract. You gotta get an employment to the
Ms. Noval.
Yes. Part of it later has specific clarifications on our contract, so people who are contracted from the town, are still employees of the town. Yes, to be clear.
So your motion doesn't prohibit that means of filling the position. Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
That was my same question, that there could be a contract rather than an employee.
My understanding from Ms. Lumel's intent is that the $3,000 could be determined how to pay that individual or the individuals by the select board. Yes, Mr. Gomez.
Yeah, my question is the problem one of person or is it equipment? And my understanding is the equipment is not adequate to allow a decent connection at the town hall. So hiring someone might solve the problem that you don't have a better router to allow decent connection.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
That was my thing too, was the internet. We have, the internet is on to the neighbors, so if they're streaming at the same time, that's sucking up the internet availability for our town. So if you're opening it up to the area people, that's the issue. When you've got neighbors using that as their primary internet access, that's an issue.
Ms. Mullen.
Yeah, the person clerk is doing this, during discussing meetings, delays in time. Regardless of whether it's the internet or not, it is free for us to be able to continue the meeting and have somebody in charge of doing that. We have more people online attending the meeting and participating, or by viewing the meeting that way than we have in the audience at the meetings themselves.
Thank you. Sir, I can't read your card, but you're in the back though. Could you tell me your name, please?
Yeah.
Ms. Pitt.
It was my understanding that there was a substantial investment to town for IT type of thing to make this work better. So I'm just curious if anybody can speak to the fact that why isn't that efficient for what we need?
Thank you. Can you answer that question, ma'am?
Yes, I'm extremely sorry, and the internet that we have, can be turned down, we just put, so that the neighbors can't be streaming on our internet, and it can provide it, however, our internet provider is First Light, and it's provided through, so the problems with the internet connection are not necessarily the equipment we just spent all this money on, it's the provider. And there's nothing we can do about that.
Mr. Pitt.
Should it be password protected? I'm not sure how people can get on it.
No,
Hang on just a second. Excuse me. You don't have the floor. I see who you are, but you know, it's not your turn to talk. So the question, I'm not sure who can answer this. Leon, is the connection password protected?
It is, but there is a small amount for guests to use that's open to anyone.
Thank you. Mr. Tiff, you want to follow up?
Is there a way to lock that? When we're trying to create town. Door, it just works efficiently for its primary intended purpose.
I think that's an interesting suggestion. What I'm going to do is tie us back to the proposed amendment, which is about increasing the dollar figure for this piece for $3,000. Ma'am, I can't see your card. Ms. Randolph.
have this issue. On the first slide, it's that when you're at the end of the line, it's like being out west on a stream. And when everybody else takes upstream, you get what's left at the end. So if the town office is near the end of the line, they only get what's left on the line for bandwidth.
Thank you. What I want to repeat is solving the bandwidth problem is not the motion in front of the body right now. It's whether or not the town chooses to increase the dollar figure by $3,000 to improve access to non-present residents to the meetings. That's my understanding. Mr. Mason.
Could somebody tell me what the up-down speed is? And if you got First Light, that speed is dedicated to you, okay? It's not cable, so you're not getting loaded up and get a slower speed. That speed is dedicated to the town office. Now, unless there's people sitting out there in front of the town office when we're having a meeting, then that's not going to affect it at all.
So I'm going to repeat what I said a moment ago, and this time I'm going to make you stop if you're not listening to me. We are talking about whether or not to put $3,000 more in the town's budget dedicated towards making meetings accessible virtually. That's the motion. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to that motion?
I need to take a vote on that.
Well, only if you want to vote more than once. If you don't, then just, it's okay. So my question is, have we heard enough to make a decision on the proposed amendment? Is there anybody else who feels the need to speak on a proposed amendment? Ms. Coleman?
We just cut on the budget, so $23,000 in the budget here. It's not good, but
Thank you. Something hasn't been said, Ms. Harvard.
On the budget committee, we worked really hard on making cuts everywhere. I do fear today, we'll hear a lot of, well, we made these cuts here, so let's add it here. A little here, a little there, adds up to big numbers. And I know everybody here has a law for our town, including social services that I think it would be nice to look into when we get to that article about maybe making some increases there that benefit the town.
Let's keep it focused on the motion in front of the body.
So I just here a little there does add up, all right? As a town, we should be coming together to help each other. And maybe finding some volunteers if this is an issue, instead of adding money to the budget.
Miss, in the second row here, you have something, Ms. Bedard, that hasn't been said here.
Yes, there's been ongoing issues with the IT, but Leanne has found another program that can record the meetings and she can upload it after. And she sort of problem solves the issues with that. I'm happy to volunteer to run that speed third, but it's not gonna cost any more IT money to figure out the internet issues. But I'm willing to volunteer my time to make sure the program records the meetings. It won't be live, but it will be uploaded as soon as the meeting is completed. But
Thank you. At this point, we will ask for your vote on the proposed amendment, which is to increase the dollar figure by $3,000 for the purposes of making the town meetings accessible virtually. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your cards. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion to amend fails. So we're back to the main motion, which the dollar amount that's been moved and seconded is that amount that the budget committee recommends, which is $296,703. Mr. Harvey.
I'd like to amend the motion to $298,616.33.
298,616 and
33.
33. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Is there a second? Mr. Fair? Did you get that a second, sir? Thank you. Mr. Harvey, would you like to speak to your motion to amend?
Yeah, that amount includes increase of $1,913.32 to give Leanne the 3% raise she had received.
Oh, someone's kissing it.
Thank you. The proposed amendment shifts the number and increases it by $1,913.32. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your cards. You know, I'm not going to call on her because she's here to answer questions, not necessarily to participate in the debate. Please hold the cards up if you're voting in favor. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. We're going to count this. If you could put your hands down, please. If you are able and you're voting yes, would you stand? Is there anybody able that would be voting yes?
I'm not sure what I'm voting on again today.
You're voting on the proposed amendment to add $1,915.32 to the dollar figure that's been moved in Article number 8. So if you vote yes, please stand up. Ladies, Leslie, this is where I need your help. If you could each leave your stations and count. Let's hope we get the same number. Just remain standing so we get this correct. Put votes and, including judges.
We don't got 44. Thank you. You can please take your seats. All of the others. So if you let these don't disappear on me, we're gonna count this one too. I'm gonna count the nose. Okay? Thank you. Please, now don't sit down yet. Don't sit down yet. I'm sorry. What's your problem?
Yeah, he does.
The count was 44 yes and 25 no. The proposed amendment carries. So the dollar figure. So the amended motion contains the figure of $290,616.33. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the amended motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the amended motion, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The amended motion passes. Article 9. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the sanitation account to include one bulky waste collection day per year. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend raising $130,152. Is there a motion on Article number 9? Thank you, and seconded by Mr. Crafty. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Mr. Down.
Why the increase?
Is there someone who can explain the need for the increase from currently? Can't read it. Sorry, yes, sir.
Increase sitting on the budget committee is because of the tonnage of waste that we saw increase. We averaged it out, we knew that it was covered if we continued that path. So, well, this is one instance the budget committee increased it based on data that we had. And that's why they. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Holman?
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Downing.
I'm not well versed in this, but can't they, actually sell the, like the tin and stuff like that, to make money? Why do we have to keep increasing our, taxes to pay for it?
I'm looking for anyone who could have an answer to Mr. Downing's question. Ms. Williams?
We do get a deduction from our bill from the metal, but unfortunately, by the time they get to people's houses, most of the metal's gone.
So there is some getting for selling metal, but it is not a lot, is what I'm hearing. Ms. Pettigrew.
We used to have two bulky waste. And we used to have a larger one that you could put stuff out and you didn't have so much limitation on what you could put out. So I can appreciate the increase in that as well as the decrease in our ability to have citizens.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article number 9? Mr. Mason?
Am I correct in presuming that, this amount, $130.52, is in the budget, but has Archie's projected that that's what they're gonna charge us for the bulky waste this year? Or is it in a fund that doesn't have to be all spent?
Is the figure based on information from the contractor or is it?
Is this because has Archie, put out a bid yet that, on a figure to say that this 130 is what's gonna be, needed?
Thank you, Mr. Nason. Is there someone from the budget committee who could answer Mr. Nason's question? But do we actually have an estimation from the contractor? Or is this something that the committee studied? Yes, sir.
In speaking with if I heard you correctly, these tipping fees that that's why we increased the budget amount. Because of the tipping fees and the amount of time that is not in the contract. Contract increases as the year, right? But the tipping fees, that's based on tonnage, that increase, and that's the data we use.
Are there any other questions or comments on the motion on Article number 9? Ms. Eichmann?
I just wanted to, if I may, give some information about Ms. Pettingill's point. The limitations, the solid waste we recommended that last year because we felt, we knew that piles increased sometimes overnight and it wasn't from Hartford. So we limited it to the amount that was fit in the pickup truck. And we limited the amount of time it could go because if it rains, everything gets heavy. So it was about logic and saving money.
Thank you. Consultant.
Yes, in answer to Mr. Dowdy's question about selling the tin and stuff, I think he talked about recycling, I think maybe. But in the case of recycling, we pay a set fee every year for Archie's or the new company that's taken over for Archie's to pick up our recycling. Once it's picked up, they own it and they sell it. What we gain is called avoided tipping fee.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article number 9? Mr. Bowman?
So we're paying $4,400 for recycling. And that would equate to 80,000 pounds of recycling. Do we actually recycle that much? It may be cheaper not to recycle anything and get rid of that, but that's just my personal opinion.
Seeing no other hands, I'm going to ask for your vote. The motion on Article number 9 includes the recommendation of both the Budget Committee and the Selectmen of $130,152. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article number 9 carries. Article 10. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for public safety, the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen recommend raising $115,460. Is there a motion on Article number 10? Mr. Mason? As recommended, sir?
Yeah.
The amount is recommended. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Bowman. So the recommended amount has been moved and seconded in Article number 10. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Pronounce your name.
Okay,
David.
I just like explanations. What does that fund? What does the money do?
What is included in the public safety account?
So public safety account includes our fire rescue from multiple towns. All of their rates because their funding was cut. So we have a contract with them based on per capita, how many people live here in this town. So, and we are hoping during social services to include some funding for Sumner that also does some work, but isn't on the contract basis.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article number 10? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for the vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article number 10, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article number 10 carries. Article 11. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the revaluation reserve account for future use and to provide the Board of Selectmen with continuing authority to spend from the reserve for that purpose without further vote of the town meeting. The authority to remain in force from year to year until rescinded by town meeting vote. Is there a motion on article number 11? Yes. Moved by Ms. Boulay, is there a second? Second by Ms. Bonas. So article number 11 has been moved and seconded. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Mr. Bone,
What's the current amount in that reserve?
is there a dollar figure at the end for the reserve?
38,000.
$38,000. Dave,
Okay, I just, what is the difference if we vote yay on this, what is going to be the change?
could someone explain process wise, if this votes yes, what's different from the way we've done it before? Sue,
So basically, we're putting away money, stocking it away for the evaluation, which is going to have the full evaluation in 2028, which is 10 years, which was agreed upon years ago. But we are going to be doing an interim evaluation, which is going to be how much?
5,000 per year.
5,000 per year to bring us up to a level where the state hopefully will not penalize us by going after and reducing our homestead exemption.
Ms. Moon,
So just to clarify, so we approved 45,000, this time as well as approving for the select board to continue to budget 45,000 per year without having to vote upon it
No.
at town meeting.
No.
No,
the ongoing authority has to do with spending, not revenue generation. So the recommended amount of $45,000, that piece would need to be done year to year. But the payment of the fee for the service would be assumed based on the strategy that Ms. Boulay just said. Is that okay?
Just running this is from 2,000 to 45,000.
Do you have an answer to that, Ms. Bonas? No, hang on a second.
Because for several years, we have been cutting. Years ago, the budget committee always recommended that we set aside an annual amount and put it in the rebalance account and equivalent annual. A few years ago, it ended up starting to be cut because of higher. So now we have come to the end of our thing. And now we live here now, certain people who may not live here anymore, have to pay a larger amount so that we have the right in our redevelopment.
Ms. Bedard. Leslie? I'm sorry, thank you. Ms. Bedard.
I just wanted to say that when we get to Article 19, the Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen took a large amount out of fund balance to reduce taxes, which includes offsetting this 45,000 and the 5,000 for the annual reval.
thank you.
Thank you. So again, at this point, we're discussing the motion on article number 11. Mr. Bowen.
I have mixed feelings on reserve accounts. My feeling is, the people that live, for example, if we put 45,000 into this reserve account, but we're not going to be doing a reval for 5 years, 10 years, but I move out of this town, my tax dollars are going towards something which aren't going to benefit me. My feeling is we should appropriate money the year it's going to be done, and the people that actually live in that town at the time pay for that service.
Thank you. You can't see, is that Mr. McNeil?
Oh, I agree with what Dave just said.
Thank you. Ms. Landry. The question is, what is the anticipated cost of the 2028 revaluation?
Was it 150? 150,000, I think he said.
$150,000. Ms. Landry.
It's like we're in the budget committee about that. That whole amount in 2028 is only.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on article number 11? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article number 11, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion on Article number 11 carries. Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of money for the capital outlay reserve account for future use and to provide the Board of Selectmen with continuing authority to spend from the reserve for that purpose without further vote at the town meeting. This authority to remain in force from year to year until rescinded by town meeting votes. Is there a motion on Article number 12? Oh, there's a recommended amount of $3,000 by the Budget Committee and the Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article number 12? Ms. Parsons. I'm sorry, Ms. Parsons, are you making that motion? And is it the recommended amount of $3,000? Thank you. And the second is it Shania? Ms. Shania? Thank you. So the recommended amount has been moved and seconded in Article number 12. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? James.
What that capital account will use.
What is the capital outlay reserve account? What I mean?
It allows for purchases of items that have a life of more than 5 years. And this is for my new copier.
Hang on a second. Okay. So the answer was that this is for a new copier. And Leanne indicated it's because the life of the equipment or whatever's being purchased will be longer than 5 years, the useful lives. Ms. Holman.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, did you take money from the capital outlay when the furnace is quit in the generator?
Does anyone who can answer the question? Was this account used to provide assistance when the furnace quit in the winter?
Not this past year.
Not in the past year. Other questions or comments regarding the motion on Article number 12? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for the vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article number 12, raise your hands, please. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article number 12 carries. Article number 13. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money to be placed into a recreation reserve account to be used to fund future recreational activities and to provide the Board of Selectmen with continuing authority to spend from the reserve for that purpose without further vote of the town meeting. The authority to remain in force from year to year until rescinded by town meeting vote. $1,000 has been requested. Is there a motion on Article 13? Oh, there were two different. Well, there's a request and then there's a recommendation. I'm sorry. The recommendation is $500. Ms. Parsons. Ms. Parsons, I can't hear you, so I know you want to make the motion, ma'am, but I need you to speak up a bit if you could, please.
The motion that is requested at $1,000.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you tell me your name because I can't read it? Thank you, Ms. Ellsman, seconds. So the requested amount of $1,000 has been moved and seconded for Article number 13. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 13, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Article 14. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the Veterans Monument Reserve account and to provide the Board of Selectmen with continuing authority to spend from the reserve for that purpose without further vote of the town meeting. The authority to remain in force from year to year until rescinded by town meeting vote. $3,000 has been requested. The Budget Committee recommends raising $1,000 and the Board of Selectmen recommend raising $1,500. Is there a motion on Article 14? Ms. Parsons. Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. That was Dave seconded. So the motion for Article number 14 is the $3,000 amount that has been requested and the language that was read. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Adams,
Question about.
is there someone who can describe what that $3,000 would be used for? What it will be spent on? Ms. Parsons.
Should make her come up here.
Ms. Parsons, could you just hang on just a second? We'll be able to hear you from there, ma'am, as soon as no one's going out the door, so let's be special and quiet if we could, go for it.
Okay. And that's Ron, maybe 14, like 18, we have to all be friends, and we need to, and they, really, and decided, making volunteers to make a, which I want to thank you, and thank everybody, and everybody, and that's what the $3,000 is for the class, and becoming, and so, lots of discharging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
Sue? Hang on a second. Just kind of, I'm going to come back to you. Sue?
So as much as I admire Lorraine and all the great work she's been doing for the Veterans Memorial, we have a huge shortage of handicap parking at our town hall. I think that we need to be looking at this whole picture of where the monument should be placed and the older monument that's there to be able to accommodate years of using that beautiful town hall with more. Our average age is 64 here in this town, with more parking that's easily accessible. So I just think we need to take a little more time to look at placement for those stones. And as we've mentioned before, we have cut every single budget trying to move forward. I think I'm a veteran advocate at Togus, and I'm all about providing a beautiful monument. I just think if we get a committee and do a little bit of fundraising, we can make that up and come up with a plan to maybe make it better and more accessible for handicapped too, to be able to get it a veterans area. So that's the reason we cut it. It's because we were kind of looking at creating a team and working with Lorraine's great ideas and putting together a newer, farther parked away veterans area.
Yes, Ellen?
I just said, and my question was how much money is in the fund right now? Because I remember voting last year, I don't remember how much because it's in, but everything else in the right now.
Is there a account that has funds in it for this purpose? Leanne?
There's 3785, 3,785.
$3,785 in the fund currently. Oh, Mr. Mason?
Yeah, that was my question. Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Mason?
Couldn't hear Lorraine's recommendation on needing this money.
Lorraine described the negotiations and the services by Colette Monument and as helping cover the costs and so forth, and explain why the $3,000, what would be spent on. That's what she said. I'm sorry. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion Article 14? Ms. Parsons?
I just are you telling us? Oh, you said that $1,000 is I need. And now I need $2,000 $6,000
for the flood, like the long beach fire plan and all the related intentions. Thank you.
Mr. Tiff,
My question would be, if we go in support of this, will it be to place the monument where it currently exists? Is that what you're suggesting?
so Mr. Tiff is asking, is there still time to negotiate where the monument is put? Or does supporting this $3,000 cement using it near the town office? Go ahead, Ms. Buxton.
They have suggested moving the present. However, that is just least wrong. You can try to get out. And then get together. So if you, everything, really fair. One of the things. Thank you. Great time that this is. If the future, just in time, monument is there, even about 10 feet. So that people would feel here, humanity will think it's right. Yeah, one of the, I mean, that's walking. They necessary. The party, the all the 10 feet,
After this response, Mr. Tiff, to your question, there's nothing in the motion, this article, that addresses the location, which would suggest that's a decision that may be made separate from this meeting. Okay?
Carry.
Ms. Parity,
This one,
will the new monument replace the existing monument or be in addition to it? Ms. Parsons? No, it will not replace.
the parts of that. It's not a focus. It is the figure of the
Mr. Mason?
Yes, personally, I like granite, and I like the idea of people volunteering to get a slab of granite and putting it at the to commemorate the Irish Bog donation. And I think putting some heads together, we can find another nice slab of granite that will work just fine. At very little cost.
At this point in time, I'm going to ask for your vote. So it's been moved and seconded to spend to raise and appropriate $3,000 as requested for the Veterans Monument Reserve account with the other language in the body of the motion. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. The motion fails. Is there another motion regarding the topic of Article 14? Ms. Mulbauer?
Committee's recommendation of $1,000.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Bowen. It's been moved and seconded to raise $1,000, raise and appropriate money toward the Veterans Monument Reserve account and provide the selectmen with continuing authority to spend from the reserve for that purpose without further go to the town meeting, the authority to remain in force from year to year until rescinded by town meeting vote. Ms. Homer.
Who made that?
I'm going to call that out of order. You can vote against the pending motion and might get there, but I don't know that we need to do it at this point in time. It's the significant difference. If you favor that, then vote no on now the main motion that's before the body. So the main motion is $1,000 as recommended by the budget committee. Ms. Parsons, are you going to add something you haven't told us already? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of $1,000 that's been moved and seconded, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? I'm going to have to ask the ladies to help me count again because it's very close. Leslie, would you ladies help, please? And if you would stand, if you are voting yes for the $1,000, please, and remain standing until the counting is done. Thank you very much. Would you say, please, if you're voting no, would you stand now? Again, ladies, if you just based on what I can see at this point, the motion carries. Someone has to reject your seats. There were 40 votes in favor of that outweigh those who were just standing. So in fact, the motion of $1,000 on Article number 14 passes. Article 15. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money to be placed into and create a 250-year semi-quincentennial celebration reserve account and to provide the Board of Selectmen with continuing authority to spend from the reserve for that purpose without further vote of the town meetings, the authority to remain in force from year to year until rescinded by town meeting vote. $5,000 was requested. The budget committee recommends zero. The selectmen recommend raising $1,000. Is there a motion on Article 15? Mr. Rowan.
The budget committee recommendation of $0.
The budget committee recommendation of $0 has been moved and seconded. Mr. Rowan, you wish to speak to your motion?
No, I was trying to find the request, but I can't find it.
Is there someone, he's trying to find a request. Is there a request in the town report or in any other documentation? Very okay. Yes, sir. It's in the social service packet. Does that help? Ms. Ryder.
I was wondering what year you're talking about with the questions for the 250.
Which is the target year for that celebration?
2026.
2026. Leanne, did you find?
I have a list of what the money would be spent on.
Right now, there's no money in the motion, so this is what the request was meant to cover. The museum, the parade and concessions, ball fields, tents, toilets, town halls, ribbons, decorations, antique cars, beaches, quilts, and the American Legion. Those are the things that were on the list that any money were to be, appropriated, were to be used for those purposes in 2026. Ms. Parsons. Ms. Parsons, I need you to use your outdoor voice so we can hear you now. So check the back page of the town report. There's information there. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion Article 15? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion Article 15, please raise your cards. Oh, sure, yeah, the budget, I'm sorry, put your hands down for a moment. The motion Article 15 is to accept the budget committee's recommendation of $0 for the purposes relative to the 250-year semi-quincentennial celebration reserve. That's the motion, $0. If you are in favor, please raise your names. Your hand cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion carries. Article 16, to see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the contingency account. The budget committee and select board recommend raising $1,500. Is there a motion on Article 16? Yes, Mr. Bond.
The recommended amount of 1,500.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Mason seconds. Then moved and seconded to accept the recommended amount to Article 16. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 16, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion, Article 16, carries. Article 17. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the general assistance account. There are two different recommendations. The budget committee recommends $1,750. The board of selectmen recommend $2,000. Is there a motion on Article 17? Ms. Holmberg. The amount of $2,000 now. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by, what's your last name? Ms. Cohn. So the $2,000 amount recommended by the selectmen has been moved and seconded in Article number 17. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Holman.
I don't know the actual figures now because not in charge of the but there is a dollar figure. Last I remember, I think it was 48,000 that the town council must come up with if we have that account general assistance reserve. I think this is 100% rise from previous years because we $1,000 for the Amazon community. But what about the year? We have to talk about the girl, because they have been showing the bigger part of the page that the state, new funds, that money, and we can take them to this to get over that threshold, you need to take the hectare.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 17? Ms. Mullen.
And Leanne give us the current year-to-date figure for FY25.
Lynn, if you have a figure for FY25 for general assistance.
1725, not included reimbursements, which I haven't received yet.
50%.
I think it's 40.
Thank you. Dave.
I wish to speak against the motion just because of the figures I just now been hearing. I think the budget committee did a job of walking around.
Thank you. Susan.
Just want to say we had numerous families come and apply this year, more than any other year. We were still getting applications. Right. We are concerned about making sure we have it out there, at least to start in that budget. Just why we put the 2,000.
Thank you. I see no other hands. I'm going to ask for your vote at this time. All those in favor of the motion to raise and appropriate $2,000 for the general assistance account, please raise your hand. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 17 carries. Article 18. To see if the town will vote to transfer the unused balance of the town office improvement reserve created in June of 2022, which currently has a balance of $50,000, to a proposed municipal buildings improvement reserve to provide the Board of Selectmen with continuing authority to spend from the reserve for that purpose without further vote of the town meeting. The authority to remain in force from year to year until rescinded by town meeting vote. This is recommended by both the selectmen and the budget committee. Is there a motion on Article 18? Thank you. Moved by Ms. Bones. Is there a second? Seconded by, how did I forget it? Ms. Matthews? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded as read. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 18? Dave,
Just some clarification on what that money now would be.
would the intent of the use of the money be different based on this change? Is there anyone who could answer that question?
Yes.
Susan?
So we currently have a reserve account for a new town hall, town office. And so this reserve account was actually expanded to the town hall specifically. So when we're looking for grants, additional, like updating the bathroom so it's more handicap accessible, energy efficiency, we can be using that as matching dollars for both buildings as we look forward, including, adding lighting and things that will help enhance.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 18? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 18, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 18 carries. And let me say, you guys are doing stellar. Great job. Article 19. To see if the town will vote to appropriate 152,000 from the fund balance to reduce the 2025-2026 tax commitment. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 19? Mr. Bowen?
The recommended amount, $152,000.
Thank you. It's actually, we have to press pause for just a second. You may notice that up until now, the dollar figures aren't actually in the question, they're in the recommendation. This is different. The number is actually in the article. And what that means is you can't make it bigger, but you can make it smaller. That's a real difference. When you're looking only at recommendations, the sky's the limit. But once it's in the body, it can't be made bigger. Does that make sense? Most of that has to do with the people that aren't in the room. If they read through the law and they were comfortable with the dollar figures, the top dollar figures that are there, then they're not present. So you can't make them up higher. You can only make them lower if you should choose. So it has been moved and seconded to appropriate $152,000 from fund balance to reduce the tax commitment for 2025-2026. Mr. Mason.
What is in the fund balance now?
What's the total of the fund balance at this time, Luann? Do you have that figure?
At the end of last year, I think it was 113, 1,113,000, wasn't it?
I think so.
I didn't bring the audit with me.
I don't think I'm understanding what that.
So last year's fiscal year, we had 1,160,000 in that.
1,113,000 at the end of last year. So that's an audited figure from the audited voice. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 19? Dave?
Just want to make sure I understand. So this 1 million, we're going to take a portion from the 1 million to help with the tax. Can I understand it correctly?
Yes.
Okay.
Seeing no other hands, I'll ask for your vote. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, William.
I just looked in the town report, was 1.3 million.
1.3 million based on what the town report is taken. So, we ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion Article 19, please raise your cards. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 19 carries. Article 20, to see if the town will vote to amend the Town of Hartford main building permit ordinance for the Town of Hartford as written in attachment A. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion? Mr. Bonas. So moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Is it Carrigan? Ms. Carrigan. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 20? Ms. Mason,
Does this mean our lot size changes?
does the change in this ordinance
in
change the
number-
lot size?
Number of dwellings on.
Okay, I need to get to it. We want to know, does it allow for more dwellings than the current? Is that the question? Does the change in the proposed ordinance allow for more dwellings than the current? Mr. Bowman?
The size of 3 acres still exists. The change that occurs with this is it makes us compliant with LD 2003, which is the law that allows people to have two dwellings and an accessory dwelling on a 3-acre lot.
So the 3-acre lot remains, but there's an opportunity to add a second dwelling and an outbuilding
Yes.
in the change.
That will apply whether this ordinance passes or not. LD 2003 is a state law that we must comply with. So it's irrelevant whether we pass this, but passing this makes our ordinance now consistent with state law.
So the only change in the ordinance is to bring the town into compliance with state law, which will apply regardless of your vote on this particular item. It's basically keeping your ordinance current with state requirements. Mr. Gomez, is that accurate?
Yes, let me add one additional thing. This ordinance failed to pass last year, and that's because it also had an element in it that referred to growth zones as mentioned in our 2008 comprehensive plan. We never established an ordinance, a zoning ordinance that established those growth zones. So while we have growth zones in our old comprehensive plan, we do not have an ordinance that implements those growth zones. If we were to have added the language that was there last year, then we would have made it our building permit ordinance. We would have made it a zoning ordinance. You will see later on in this that there is a warrant item that is asking to repeal the 2008 comprehensive plan because the town is in the process of developing a new comprehensive plan. We will see if that new comprehensive plan has growth zones in it, but the sentiment of that committee working on that right now is that it should not. Ultimately, the town will decide on that. So that is the second element. The revisions that you're seeing today remove the growth zone component of the ordinance that failed last year. Okay?
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
I just wanted to say that, to draw your attention to the accessory dwelling unit description, it says the maximum size is no more than 750 square feet. That's the option that the ordinance committee determined. Other towns have had larger sizes for the accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 20? Mr. Mason?
I would suspect it's an end run around 3-acre minimum lot size. Now, having said that, and people realizing that now put an additional dwelling or auxiliary building on their property, I can see prices rising for the house lot. Because if you can put 2 on there, hey, double the valuation.
Ms. Mason?
Why can't we stick with the 3 acre with 1 and 12? I don't understand that.
Because the legislature, the governor passed a law in 2023 that said the selling dwelling unit and outbuilding on state law. That's why. That's just the answer to your question. I'm not asking you to agree with it. It's the answer.
Wouldn't that be tied to cities?
The law does not state this is only for cities. You can research it. Ms. Matthews.
The state law says any house lot in the state of Maine that allows a residential dwelling now has to allow by all the different conditions, whether there's already water, already household safety. Essentially, 2 dwellings and accessory dwelling. That's the state law.
So,
That is very different if you're in shoreline zoning area. Shoreline zoning supersedes that.
there are a number of other exceptions and the laws available online. If you go to maine.gov and check on the statutes, you can read it. You could also speak with your local representative to the legislature. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 20? Seeing no hands, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 20 carries. Article 21, to see if the town will vote to amend the Town of Hartford Administrative Ordinance Part 2 for the Town of Hartford as written in Attachment B. Is there a motion on Article 21? Mr. Guyer.
What word for the minutes on the may voted, it may not, or whether.
Please be quiet.
Read page 100, which is an improvement, including what this article will involve.
Mr. Guyer, are you moving the article as it was read?
Am I what?
I need a motion. And you stood up. I called on you when you stood up, but I couldn't hear what you said. I think you were referring to some information. But are you moving in support of the article?
No.
Then hang on. Mr. Bowen.
I will be article read.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Newmaw. Mr. Dyer. Now, if you would like to speak, you oppose the motion. Is that correct?
I do, and what I was just saying was that I recommended anyone that had a chance to read it to look at page 100.
Page 100 has information in the town report. That's Mr. Dyer's. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 21?
What does that mean? On page-
I'm sorry, ma'am, what's your name?
Mark,
Ms. Martin, you have a question.
say this. Can somebody explain what this?
Is there someone from the ordinance committee that could explain, Mr. Bonas, would you stand when you're speaking? I think it'll make it a little bit easier because you're supposed to talk to you, right?
Yeah, so I guess, not sure exactly what you're asking, what it means. The ordinance is being revised, has been revised, as requested by the select board. The request came initially because there was a conflict in the the older ordinance that occurred over who had the authority to make decisions on competitive bids. And interestingly, that conflict was raised when the ordinance was passed on the ordinance anyways. So that was the start of the reasoning for revising the ordinance. Along with that, the revision that Richard is referring to on page 100 is a revision to the duties and responsibilities of the road commissioner. Again, that ordinance was changed several years ago to a statement that I should read to you. That basically that statement was that the road commissioner's duties and responsibilities were all things roads. Well, in this day and age, a statement like that as an ordinance is hardly adequate and quite honestly, it would be easily challenged in court as ambiguous. So what the committee decided to do was refer back to state statute regarding duties and responsibilities of the road commissioner. So what is written on page 100
is mostly taken from state statute. And I can read that state statute if you'd like, but it is pretty close to word for word. The one item that would be in state statute that is not in this ordinance as revised is in state statute, the road commissioner would be required to give bond to the town. Now, I don't know if you know what give bond means, but give bond, and this is from insurance company that deals with cities and towns. What is a bond? Bond is an obligation of the surety. The company issuing the bond, and that would be the road commissioner, to protect the person or the entity, in this case, the municipality, against financial loss caused by the acts of the principal. In this case, it would be the tiny fisherman. So what the state says, towns should protect themselves when you have a road commissioner spending the town budget by offering a bond that gives guarantee that the road commissioner will cover any required repairs necessary for something not done correctly. We also in the ordinance put back a threshold in several years ago. A threshold was put in the ordinance to insist that a competitive bid process be used if a project increased cost over a certain amount. That competitive bid process ensures that the town indeed is going to get competitive bids, and that we know, in fact, for large amounts of money being spent on road projects, that we're going to get it done at is cost-effective, meeting the specs that are developed for that particular project. Currently, the town pretty much uses a sole source time and material contract, which is a generic contract that's used that does not give any liability to the contractor doing the work, but keeps all the liability on the town. So if a project was done and something needs to be redone, it is the town that is responsible for paying for it to be done again. If it's a bid process and a contract written appropriately, then it is the contractor who's responsible for redoing it. So those are the basic changes that are in this revised ordinance. So if you're in favor of a process that essentially protects the town against liability, then presumably you will be in favor of these changes. It is not in any way diminishing the ability of the town to use, especially on small projects, a time and materials process. But I would argue that if the town is going to do that, instead of using a generic contract, it uses a contract that sets a limit to what can be done in that particular time and material contract.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Ms. Eichner?
Yeah, I agree the administrative ordinance part it's intriguing. However, then I agree with the competitive bidding part, but the rest of it, you can overkill for a town besides parts and very, very controllable of an elected official, the road commissioner.
Thank you, sir. I can't read your name. Mr. Ellsworth.
These are easy, right? How many people have this talk?
It's a specific question. I'm not sure how it relates to the question in hand. No, Mr. Ellsworth, I'm asking you to connect this piece of information to your decision on this item. Well, the bids wouldn't be based on this because this change hasn't happened yet. Now, I don't have a problem with the question. You want to know, do we have any bids at this time? Do we have any bids? The deadline is when?
17th.
The 17th. Okay. I'm sorry, there were other hands up. Ms. Matthews?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the description for the road commissioner. I did compare it word for word with the state statute. And this has added the, clause that the, charge of the maintenance and repair of all public roads, highways, and bridges within the town of Hartford and in accordance, this is what they added, with the approval of the select board. And to me, it already had said under the direction of the select board, but then there's further approval, seemed like it was a attempt, as I've seen in town at select board meetings, to micromanage what the road commissioner is doing, and that's what I object to. The micromanagement.
Thank you, Mr. Dyer. You have the floor, sir.
I was gonna comment on this. Reads to me like a thing to micromanage the road commissioner, which is what I believe the select board has been attempting to do for the past 2 or 3 years. And I don't wanna see us all vote no, 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 no on it.
Mr. Gomez?
I'm going to read to you what state statute says, and I would argue that, under the direction of it is essentially the approval of. So, the road commissioner, under the direction of the majority of the members of the select board, has charge of the repairs of all highways and bridges within the town, and has authority to employ the necessary personnel and equipment and purchase materials for the repair of highways and bridges. The road commissioner shall give bond, this is what I mentioned before, to the satisfaction of the select board, and is responsible to the select board for the expenditure of money and discharge of the road commissioner's duty general. All right? State statute is essentially saying the road commissioner is responsible to the select board. Yes, that is the approval of the select board. We are being consistent with state statute if we pass this. If we don't, we're essentially giving a carte blanche to our road commissioner to do whatever. So I have nothing against our road commissioner. This will apply to road commissioners, whoever they are. It is in the best interest of the town to have these kinds of checks and balances in our ordinance.
I have multiple hands. If I remember, Ms. Terrio, in a moment will have the floor. I have Dave, I have the lady up back, whose name I can't read, Ms. Matthews and Ms. Mason on my list. So I'm going Ms. Terrio to the floor.
Just want to remind people that the road commissioner's job and the contractor's job, as in McNeil Farms, are two different positions. McNeil Farms was a contractor, doesn't mean he gets all the jobs. That's why we're asking for bidding, to make it fair to everybody that we get the right jobs done as efficiently as we can.
Dave,
I speak in favor of the motion only because of what the previous speaker said. Saying the state law, it is the job of the select board to watch our money. That's it.
ma'am in the back row, tell me your name. Ms. Buzzell, you have the floor. Well, you're out of order now. I have other names on my list of people who want, and we are going to listen to them. If I hang you just a second, I'll add Leanne to my list. Thank you. Leanne, if you want to holler out at me, that's acceptable too, because I can't see them and you all at the same time. So at this point in time, Ms. Buzzell, I'm going to have you, like I said, out of order. Nothing else you want to add now? Thank you. Ms. Matthews.
Well, I was just going to give the example as I said that comment, with the approval of the select board. If somebody had called the road commission, there was a minor issue, he would take care of it. And this implies, which I have seen happen at select board meetings, that he was supposed to inform the select board of any minor issue that he might address. And that's why I mean by micromanagement.
Thank you. Ms. Mason.
Well, the changes that have been happening
with the road committee and the selectmen, micromanaging the road commissioner, he couldn't even fill a pothole or fix a culvert. And we didn't understand why. And it was because they were changing, the bond was fine. But you gotta give him, I mean, he's got a job to do. And why couldn't he do those jobs? It didn't make sense to any of us.
Thank you. Leanne. Mr. Guy, you're on my list, okay, but it's not your turn, but Leanne, you wanted to speak.
I just wanted to say that we really need the changes in the ordinance concerning tax acquired property because we've been waiting, the state keeps changing the law and we can't process the tax acquired sales until our ordinance matches the law. And I'm surprised no one's filed action against the town yet because we've been holding off.
My understanding is you're pointing out another piece of required change that is.
Right.
Mr. Dahl.
What you want to see is the left of my global management, the local committee, I got you must vote no. You got
Ms. Holman.
And we changed our ordinance to the next ordinance, and then the state came in with another decision. So the idea, I think, of this, you correct me if I'm wrong, is to bring our ordinance into compliance with state law. This is what's known in Congress as an omnibus bill. They're putting something that's important in here, so we'll all vote it in when there's also a stinker in the bill.
Mr. Gomez.
Just in response to what Lee said, the item that Leanne spoke about, Lee's speaking about, is actually all in the existing. It's just language that's now inconsistent. So we didn't add that to the ordinance. It was in the ordinance. We're simply making the ordinance now consistent with the change that occurred in state law.
Ms. Holman, you have something to add to the discussion that we have not heard yet. You may have the floor.
Because of our unusual circumstances, with a two-phase election, we will be facing a special town meeting purpose of the election coming right up. That would be a perfect opportunity to amend this ordinance to suit the bulk of us and propose it to us in town.
I have no one else who had raised their card to vote, so I'm going to call the question at this point in time. The motion is on Article 21. It is asking you whether yes or no, whether you agree with amending the Town of Hartford Administrative Ordinance Part 2. And it was in attachment B. If you vote yes, you'll vote in support of that change. If you vote no, you're opposed. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down, all those opposed. The motion fails. Article 22. To see if the town will vote to adopt the proposed Town of Hartford main graveyard and junkyard ordinance as written in attachment C. Is there a motion on Article 22? I'm sorry, Ms. Carrigan. Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Bowman. So Article 22 has been moved and seconded. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Eichmann?
Always use the state junkyard ordinance. Again, this reads like overkill for a town the size of Hartford. It's more stinky. So,
Ms. Parody.
let's see where our town farm.
Ms. Parody, please direct your comments to me.
To live on town farm and drive up and down, we have 3/4 mile junkyard on both sides of the road right now. Some of it borders wetlands, some of the wetlands are getting buried, some of it borders Phoenix Innsfield.
I suggest we need this because we have no legal recourse to make this guy follow the rules.
Ms. Terry?
I had mentioned previously about the property across the street from the town hall, which is still a junkyard. They did put up fencing, but it's still within, so within 200 to the town hall. It cannot be a junkyard, and they are a junkyard. That needs to be removed. And this is all we're trying to do is get some junkyards needed up the top. This is
Ms. Moon?
Just whether we change this or not, I mean, there's things like this parody, I think that's a pretty course. It's not, if it's a dead tail, should we?
Then I'm gonna ask you to direct your comments to me because it's not a debate among individuals. Understand that, and you see that differently, Ms. Newmaw. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 22? Susan?
The reason this was put forward by our code enforcement officer is because we have a lot of controlled properties in the area, stuff being hauled from Turner's or our town. People are gathering more and more cars. I see a new one up on Town Farm Road, not far from your house. We don't have any new licenses. Nobody's applied for anything. And we only have one junkyard in town that's supposed to be all within an acre. And unfortunately, every rule is being blown out of the water. And so we wanted to narrow it down and get something that's more enforceable. And our code enforcement officer looked at many different versions in other towns, and this one made a lot of sense, and he put it forward. Our attorneys looked at it. Everything was approved, and any adjustments were made.
Ms. Harder?
When people come to our town, we should look attractive. All right, people that are gonna put money into our town and pay taxes, they don't wanna come to a town that looks like a junkyard. You know, we have to take pride in the way our town looks, and I think it's a huge problem, and it's looking like garbage.
Mrs. Mason?
I hear that one of the speakers spoke about both sides of her road, and it's a wetland, and we're putting, isn't there something that can be done specifically when you damage a wetland? Especially with vehicles that could have oil.
Mrs. Mason, it's not on point in terms of the motion. Again, that's not an issue here. Mr. Mason, you're on my list, Ms. Oakley, you're next.
Heard that there was there's one junkyard, appeal to the town. What is that junkyard, or who owns that?
Is there someone who can answer that question? Rodney Harlow.
He owns Rodney Harlow, he's here. He owns the license for it. He doesn't own the property that it sits on.
And where is this located?
Where is it located?
Town Farm Road.
On the town. Sir, you're a resident.
Yes, Rodney,
Thank you, Rodney. You have the floor.
I do own the property.
Thank you.
And all the junk did not come from Turner. Some of it comes from Camp Road, in fact. Some of it come out of Canton Lake. So man can water, so she's sitting right there. Some come from the barrier road. I think I said it.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Hoffman.
Yeah, I think you can say that I'm hearing some of those things.
Ms. Hoffman, can you stand up and start over again?
It's some confusion between junkyard yards and junk yards, and some aesthetic concerns on it. When I was chair of the ordinance committee, we were working on property management ordinance, or I can't remember the name of it. We were tasked by the select board. And I don't know that the town of Hartford is ready to start policing aesthetics. Again, if the code enforcement officer feels that people's yards are adequately managed, then, you know, the junkyard ordinance is moot, and we're really talking about junky yards.
Ms. Perry.
Town farm is not
Ms. Perry, direct your comment to me, please.
yard. Town farm is 3/4 of a mile from 140 up of junk on both sides of the road in nobody's yard. Okay, now here's where I'm gonna interrupt, Ms. Carey. I'm gonna say this to all of you. You are all doing a great job of listening respectfully, and because of that, the comment that's made does not need to be repeated, because we heard it the first time. So when I'm looking to call on someone multiple times on the same issue, I am somewhat reluctant. I'm going to hold you to adding something to the conversation that has not been said yet. Mr. Mills.
Yeah. The state junkyard law has lots of exemptions. Farm equipment, truck equipment, logging, all of them. So the provinces downtown farm line.
Mr. Mills, I know it sounds awkward, but I really need to have you talk to me. That way no one takes it as fighting words.
Okay, the town farm, problem is mostly equipment, the farming, logging, and such. And that exempt from the state law, this ordinance, it does away with that exemption, and makes them enforceable to have those removed. The state law also you have to enforce it through the courts. This ordinance gives local enforcement as a first step and deal within the local appeals process as a first step. You don't have to hire lawyers and go to court because we have not done kind of lawyers since December and still haven't gotten any action from the legal process to enforce the problem that came on when we sell the property. So this ordinance gives more local control to the local code enforcement and to the site.
Thank you. Is there anyone who hasn't spoken yet on this issue that would like the floor?
Yeah, right.
Say your last name, Red Brighton.
Right.
Ms. Bratton.
I just want to let you know it's completely inaccurate, but it's all farm services. Because I run on that road, and I observe that, like, off course, when I'm running from scratch, vehicles being hauled on highways, not farm equipment.
Again, I'm looking to see if there's anyone who has yet to speak on this issue. Sir, can't read your name. Mr. Burmeister, you have the floor.
I'm taking on 140. Vehicle, technology, farm equipment, insurance, and also that have been left in there since time won't think about land. If it's a piece of farm equipment that's going to be used, then it should be used and moved once in a while. Some stuff for the end of time, but since day one, it moves your stuff.
Thank you. Again, I'm asking anyone who has yet to speak. I'm sorry, but if you've already spoken, I'm not saying I won't call on you. I'm saying, Ms. Perry, I won't call on you now. If you keep talking when it's not your turn, I won't call on you at all. It wasn't you? My apologies. Lenny, that goes to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get it.
Sir, again, I can't remember your name, but I understand we seem to be talking about you, and you asked for the floor, and you haven't spoken much, so you have the floor, sir.
All they're talking about is the end of it. So in the downtown. We had a problem. Well, I believe. That's it. So.
Thank you. Anything else you want to add, sir?
Well, that's wow.
Okay. So, Ms. Perry. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I thought we were finished. Okay. Okay, so let's, again, if somebody else has already said it and you start to say it again, I'm going to shut you down. Because we haven't even gotten to the halfway point in this morning's meeting. And as people leave, I feel guilty about that. So, something that hasn't been said yet on this issue. Ms. Perry. If he has a permit for an acre junkyard, it covers much more than an acre.
Thank you. Ms. Iceland and then Ms. Terrio.
Ordinances aren't meant to control one person. And that's all we're talking.
Ms. Terrio.
I just wanted to state that junkyard is considered 3 unregistered vehicles on your lot, and there are a lot of them in town. With 3 or more unregistered vehicles on your lots.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'm going to ask for your vote. Article 22 has been moved and seconded. It reads to have the town vote to adopt a proposed town of Hartford main graveyard and junkyard ordinance as written in attachment C. All those in favor of the motion, Article 22, please raise your hands. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Article 23, excuse me, to see if the town will vote to adopt the proposed town of Hartford main solar ordinance as written in attachment B. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there anyone who wishes to move the question for Article 23? Was that Ms. Carey? Who moved it? Oh, Ms. Reynolds, sorry. Is there a second? Mr. Bowen? So Article 23 has been moved and seconded as read. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Dave?
I speak against that, only because it just, things that are going on and the money that comes from the state, just that we do not need solar panels here to ruin the landscape part.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 23? Mr. Pettigrew?
What is your picture?
Can someone summarize what the ordinance, what would be different if the ordinance passes? Mr. Bowman? Dave, hang on just a second. That's all incredibly annoying. Does anybody have any W3?
Can we leave it open?
W40 down here, that's what my line was. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Darryl.
In the absence of anybody could put a large solar array on their property without any regulations applying. So the request was, many towns have done this already with windmills, and they have now done this with solar arrays. So this really doesn't do anything with respect to small residential. You can put solar panels on your roof or in your field. It defines large and small solar arrays. Small is less than 2 acres. Large is greater than 2 acres. Small requires, if it's less than 2 acres, CEO checking to make sure there aren't safety issues, but that's it. So for large commercial arrays, this sets out a set of regulations. The ordinance was developed based on a model ordinance created by the Maine Audubon Society. Massachusetts created a model ordinance. And then there are a bunch of towns that in Maine that have already developed solar. Essentially took components from multiple sources to develop regulations. 2 principles that it used in developing these regulations were, one, you recognize that your property is your property, and regulation is what you do on your property, and you should be limited. It's how your property and what you do affects neighbors and other people in the house should be considered. 2, towns are critical issue in this country and the world. Fossil fuel involving significant declines in speed and personality to affording managing that's so we're spending billions of dollars every year on major primarily purchase. If we're trying to using as much renewable resource to produce energy as possible. So we are facilitating the the word ceremony rings out from when it comes to use of fossil fuels as much as possible. So that's the underlying, the two underlying puts that information. This, so you will see, for example, a lot of the ordinances for solar arrays say something to the effect of the town can only have two, but you're no more, or you can only have 1% of the to lot solar arrays. Well, quite frankly, companies that are putting up solar arrays, if they can only do it on a couple acres, you can do it. So who's the winner here?
Here, I'm going to interrupt you, I'm going to do this, we stood to give us the content, so folks understand the intent of the ordinance, and I believe there's a copy of it.
Yes.
There's a copy in the town report now. So if you want, it would be more than willing to take a brief break, so that you can look that over before I call for your vote. And mostly because, let me choose the rest of it. So, I'm gonna ask if you use your indoor voices, physically each other, and I will be back momentarily, and if you wanna check out the audience, it's gonna be over here.
I got you know around. You lose that. Again, all the knowledge that it's on, it's very strong. So you guys say you're. Spare us all of some boy. That you have. Early on the night. That's our process. Yeah. It was a great time.
Okay.
Buddy, I just put us to work all at least leave them aside. But that is gonna be right. Thanks. I'm gonna give you something that.
You too.
Yeah. How you doing? Good to see you. I had that first go. You went up. One hundred, am I scratching my arm?
Folks, retake their seats, please. We're very grateful for the break. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping if you have additional questions, you've had the opportunity to check your town report. Ordinance that's in front of the body of this team. So again, we're on Article 23, and the proposed ordinance is the Town of Hartford Maine Solar Ordinance. Is there anyone who wishes to add to the discussion something new before we go? I don't see any hands.
Oh.
Ms. Matthews,
Go to our former, public safety officer. As it currently stands in the town of Hartford, there would be no mechanism at all for anybody in the town to be notified if anybody came in and bought 50 acres or 5 acres and wanted to put up a solar farm. We had nothing to regulate it in any way, shape, or form. They could do whatever they wanted. This, if you might see it as encouraging solar farms, yes, we have an ordinance, it exists, but it also limits and structures what they can do. Currently, we have no structure, and anybody can come and do it without any say about it, except for in the shoreline zone.
thank you. Again, new information, Mr. Gomez.
Yeah, I need to make a correction to something I said, someone pointed out.
Again, Daryl, talk to me, but loud.
Okay, a correction, I said small solar array was less than 2 acres and large was greater than 2 acres. In fact, it's defined as less than a half acre, although, wait a minute, actually, you read it. There's an aspect to which small ones, if they're less than half acre, you can do certain things, and if they're greater than half acre, you can do other things.
Was this information in the ordinance?
It is, but I wanted to correct it
Thank
because
you.
of something I said
Yeah.
initially.
Appreciate it. Again, anything new to add to the conversation before I ask for your vote? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, Article 23, please raise your hand. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion, Article 23 carries. Article 24, to see if the town will vote to amend the ordinance to establish the Hartford Planning Board as written in attachment E. Is there a motion on Article 24? Mr. Vaughn.
The article is read.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been, the Article 24 has been moved and seconded as read. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the order? Ms. Matthews.
Yes, I am chair of the planning board.
Is there a time limit?
Since 22.
be nice, you want
2011.
Oh, dear.
Since becoming chair, I was aware that the comprehensive plan was out of date. And I spent several afternoons in the town office reviewing all the records that were used to write the 2008 plan. I came to the select board stating that we needed to redo the comprehensive plan and suggested ways to establish a committee to do it following an ordinance we already had to review the plan that had that committee fallen apart in 2011. The select board decided to have an ad hoc committee to do the plan after I had pointed out to them several times that this planning board ordinance clearly states the planning board shall prepare a comprehensive plan. And by state law, it says that the growth plan for the town, if you're going to have a planning board, the community can decide to have a planning board. And the select board can decide to designate a planning committee to do a comprehensive plan, or they can designate it to the planning board, which it was done by ordinance. And then next in order of that same ordinance of the law, it says if the committee that works on the comprehensive plan shall develop and maintain a comprehensive plan. So seeing that in the planning board ordinance, but the select board deciding they did not want to carry through what the ordinance already stated, I thought, well, I don't want to be responsible as chair of the board for doing something that the select board had determined, contrary to my reading, state law was no longer their responsibility. So either the town should decide that it is not the planning board's responsibility to plan for the town and do the land use stuff, or it's the select board responsibility when it comes to the comprehensive plan. So if you don't want the planning board to be involved in the land planning for the future of the town, vote for this ordinance change. If you think the planning board should be responsible for planning for the future of the town, which is
why they were developed, even the 1980s, even before the ordinances, there was a planning board, then you should vote down the change.
Sue,
So in working with Alcog as Peggy has, they asked us to bring in as many folks, outsiders, insiders, people that are involved with the Lake Association into getting them involved in an upcoming, comprehensive planning group. We all looked at the prior rules, the planning and comprehensive group that was assigned and was voted in, had made changes right here in the meeting that Peggy voted on to make that change. The select board didn't come forward and say, let's do the.
this isn't a debate between people, we don't
Okay.
name them, I want to understand, they always keep Sue, look at me. I need to know, are you asking people to support or not support the
I'm
proposal?
asking people to support what,
And tell them why.
so the reason I'm asking you to support it is because comprehensive planning committee that then turned into an ad hoc committee, voted on by the numerous people from all the boards and committees, asked for that ad hoc and asked for this change, and I'm recommending that we move forward on that.
Thank you. Mr. Bonas?
Yeah, I also support, voting yes on this. First, the ordinance that gives authority to the planning board to do this is not a statement that they must do it. It is a statement that they have the authority to do it. And as Sue has said, state statute again recommends the most fundamental principle in state statute with respect to comprehensive planning is that you have as broad a group as possible to produce your plan, which obviously we did not have if they simply had the planning ability. So,
Ms. Matthews?
Never in my argument did I say the makeup of the committee would be any different than it is currently. My primary premise was that the planning board would be responsible for the continuity of the development of the plan because the last one took 5 years and the select board term of residents on the select board is 3 years, that maybe we'd have more continuity and more expertise for overseeing the whole process in general and not the committee makeup. I actually suggested the makeup be made by the comprehensive plan review committee list of who would be on it. And I additionally suggested that didn't include somebody that dealt with the lakes, that we should have somebody from one of the lake associations on. So I was never intended to restrict the membership of the meeting, only the continuity of the process. That's all my intention is.
Ms. Eichmann?
Simply, if the planning board is responsible for overseeing the development of the comprehensive plan, that does not preclude the involvement of a broad spectrum of community members.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 24? Something hasn't been said, Mr. Bones. You have the floor, then address me, please, loudly.
I just flip your argument around and say, because there is an ad hoc committee doing the process, it doesn't preclude the planning board from being part of it. In fact, the planning board is being part of it. So it goes both ways.
Ms. Hall, is your hand up?
Yes.
You have the floor.
Yes, but I'm actually just standing to speak in support of what Ms. Matthews said.
Seeing no other hands, I'm going to ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion of Article 24, please raise your cards. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The will vote prevails. Article 25. To see if the town will vote to repeal the town of Hartford anti-spraying ordinance. Is there a motion on Article 25? Mr. Burns. As written, thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Mason seconds that motion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 25? I'm sorry, Randy. Okay.
Roby.
Thank you, Ms. Robies. If you would speak up, please, so we can all hear you.
I would just like to know if the spraying is chemical or natural.
Is there anyone who could answer that question? Is the spray itself chemical or natural? Susan?
We've been made aware that they're not spraying in our area at all. Those do not play it. They know our feelings and we've talked to the ordinance committee and several of the people from Transland who spray. They're not.
Ms. Holman?
I was around when the original was off there. It was a bit of a while. We did pass this ordinance, but it was not overly done video. You might have a better video one, but I don't think, meaning a rule that's no chemical, something's down. I don't see the benefit of it. I obviously feel that this is brought up by, not, one person in particular, by colors and beekeepers who felt that,
Excuse me, Ms. Holman? The genesis of this is not relevant.
right, okay, well,
I have Mr. Bowen.
So correct me if I'm wrong, with this ordinance, the state is not spraying currently. And saying that, isn't the town responsible for maintaining the brush on the side of the road if we have this ordinance? So ultimately, it will cost the town money, correct?
Correct. We are currently mowing all the sides of the road that we're required to because of the no spray.
Mr. Gomez.
Yeah, this is, the previous ordinance committee recommended the same thing, and it simply wasn't acted upon multiple years ago. This came about, because the state, the director in charge of, the spraying program, plans explained that, if the town has a no spray ordinance, it has to be registered with the state, first of all. Hartford's ordinance has never been registered with the state, so it's actually not implementable, if it's not. And secondly, the point that, Dave Golan has pointed out is, if you have a no spray ordinance, then you have to submit to the state a plan for how you are going to manage and the cost. And the state will take, over, essentially the state will charge you for, the cost of maintaining the bushes on the side of the road.
Ms. Holman?
my understanding was different from that in fact, we would be responsible for our duty to 11 miles of mowing. So we hire somebody to mow the road 10 times a year, we'd be responsible for 11 miles every following year.
Ms. Osmond?
My concern about repealing this, which can always be amended, is that the town of Hartford has huge acreage in water that we want to preserve the quality. The people who live on the lake, people like me, who live on the stream, you don't want chemicals in those bodies of water.
Again, are you going to add to the discussion, Mr. Gomez, or you're going to put an exclamation point on? Well said. So, the matter before the body at this time is a question whether to repeal the town of Hartford anti-spraying ordinance. If you vote yes, you will be supporting its repeal. If you vote no, you are opposed to the repeal. All those in favor of the repeal of the anti-spraying ordinance, please raise your brackets. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? The motion fails. Article 26. To see if the town will vote to repeal the Town of Hartford 2008 Revised Comprehensive Plan. Is there a motion on Article 26? Thank you, Ms. Bonas. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Bonas. Ms. Bonas, do you want to speak to your motion?
This discussion went on, my understanding is between the ad hoc comprehensive plan committee, discussion, planning board chairman, etc., regarding the current situation. And what was raised was by Dr. Matthews that in the event that there were to be a legal case, we have a conflict between what the law is currently saying, what is going on with growth zones that are in the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is no longer valid. It hasn't been valid for a number of years because it's out of date. So it's being modified at this point. Question came up is what if someone chooses to try to do something in between that follows the comprehensive plan, even though we don't have growth zones, we don't have any zoning, with the exception of the shoreland zone. And they contrast that and try to use that and take it down to the court. If the court says, well, this is against what our planning happens to be because we don't have an ordinance for it. So what was recommended was if we actually repeal something that is not active at this point anyway, they were in the process of being redone, but if you repeal it right now, then you have taken away the likelihood of legal liability out there if you have to go to court and fight over whether or not something should or shouldn't be able to be done. So there is no loss to the town in this. So what we are benefiting from is less likelihood of having a legal liability standing over our heads. So it makes sense to repeal it from my.
Thank you, Ms. Eichmann.
Being out of date and being invalid are two different things. My understanding is, although out of date, the 2008 comprehensive plan is still valid. If there is no comprehensive plan, there are no rules, so to speak. And my question is, if it's repealed, can it still be used as a guide for developing the new ones?
Excuse me, Leslie, don't have the floor. Mrs. Gomez, it's not your turn.
Someone has that information.
I'll call whoever's hand. I see Ms. Eichmann, I appreciate the support. Mr. Gomez.
Comprehensive plan that is in fact, even it's not certified by the state any longer, is in fact going to be used to help guide the new plan that is in process. The removal of the existing one is just because there's ambiguity on the part of some people as to whether the zones that are in the comprehensive plan are somehow legally enforceable. And in fact, the state would, I expect, say no, because a comprehensive plan by the state agency that deals with comprehensive plans said very clearly in guidance material that comprehensive plans are done the direction. So if we have in our comprehensive plan growth zones, then if we do an ordinance, which we should if we have it, if we do an ordinance that puts in growth zones, we must do the ones that are in the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan, as it is now, has a growth zone directly around Bear Pond. Makes no sense. So it's easiest and simplest to repeal the existing one so that in the interim between the existing one and the development of the new one, it can't be used in a court case should something rise or something coming before a planning to say, but our comprehensive plan says we have growth zones. So that is the rationale behind repealing the comprehensive plan. Now I work on the new comprehensive plan.
So, at this point, I'm going to ask for your vote. We're on Article 26. It's been moved and seconded to repeal the Town of Hartford 2008 revised comprehensive plan. If you vote for the repeal, it will be a yes. No vote needs to keep things as they are. All those in favor of repealing the 2008 plan, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Article 27. To see if the town will vote to allow the Board of Selectmen to enter into multi-year contracts for fire and rescue services. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Mr. Mason? Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Dave. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 28? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 28, please raise your hand. Excuse me, 27. Thank you. Hands up. All those opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. To see if the Article 28, to see if the town will vote to accept ministerial and school trust funds in the amount of $1,000 to distribute interest annually in the following manner. 40% of annual interest to be paid to the town of Hartford to offset the town's share of the school budget, and 60% of the annual interest to be distributed to a local church. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 28? So moved and seconded by Mr. Mason. I'm asking you, was that the purpose? Thank you. So Article 28 has been moved and seconded as read. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Matthews.
Yes, so I had asked at the meeting, we had discussed the articles, that the amount of interest the last year was 50 cents, which meant 20 cents went one place and 30 cents went someplace else. It is actually more than the cost of postage or administrative cost to send a check. So this article is primarily to take the responsibility off the person who currently has a responsibility in place of the town, with the hopes that the town will find a mechanism to discontinue this whole trust fund at some point, so that we don't have this administration hassle for $1,000 each year. I speak in favor.
Ms. Eichmann.
I have the same point, yeah.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 28? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 28, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 28 carries. Article 29. To see if the town will vote to authorize the transfer of 2025-2026 unexpended balance at year end of the legal account funds to the legal reserve account for future use, and to provide the Board of Selectmen with continuing authority to spend from the reserve for that purpose without further vote of the town meeting. The authority will remain in force from year to year until rescinded by town meeting vote. This is recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 29? Yes, sir. So moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Mason. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 29? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for the vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 29, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 29 carries. Article 30. To see if the town will vote to raise or appropriate a sum of money for the Hartford Heritage Society. $600 has been requested and recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 30? Yes, sir. For the recommended amount?
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Mason. So the $600 requested amount has been moved and seconded in Article number 30. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article number 30, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion Article 30 passes. And you know what? We're half over there. Just giving you. Well, actually, we can't count the first 5 because those were on Tuesday. So we're halfway based on what's there for us to do today. Okay. Article 31. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the Hartford newsletter. $1,400 has been requested. The Budget Committee recommends 0. The Board of Selectmen recommend raising $1,200. Is there a motion on Article 31? Ms. Terrio?
I vote to go with the Budget Committee recommends losing 0.
So you're moving the dollar amount of 0. Is there a second? Dave, is that a second? Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to accept the budget committee's recommendation of 0 for article number 31. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Mr. Harvey?
I can remember motion, so you're not a second,
You're out of order at this time, okay? Because the impact of that is to vote this down and then get to that, so you're ahead of me, we're not there yet. Who else has their hand up? I'm sorry. Ms. Mason.
The Hartford News has been in existence since 1997. And it's run by total volunteers. And it has never been political, which was recently said, but we disseminate information from every avenue that can help our people in this town. And I don't understand the problem with it now. And I would hope you would all support the newsletter, whether it's the school information, library information, fundraiser information, selectmen's letter.
Ms. Mason, are you encouraging the no vote?
Yes.
Okay. That's right, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, okay?
I don't understand it.
Thank you. Mr. Guy?
Well, however it can be accomplished, I want to revise back to the original 1400.
You're out of order at this time. The main motion, we're going to vote on this motion, and if it's worth it, if no word of mouth, you will have the opportunity. Okay, that's what I want to make clear. I'll play the on this.
I speak in favor of the motion that should be 0, only because 2 years ago we watched the newsletter used to libelize a committee member. So,
Okay, stop it. Okay,
So,
here's what I'm
still on favor.
you have to be respectful. You don't have to agree with the speaker, but you can't be rude and interrupt them. That's my rule. Okay, Dave, did you want to add anything else to your list?
Said my piece, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Harvey?
One of the reasons why we had recommended the cut was the majority of the money is for stamps and mailing them out, and we were gonna make our suggestion if they wanted it mailed to themselves versus getting it mailed with a cut cost. So not eliminating the newsletter, but finding ways to.
Thank you. Ms. Terrier?
We also have the Hartford Happenings that the town office does, and I think that is free of charge, so I feel that way, we can just do it that way. People can advertise and do everything we do in Hartford Happenings.
Thank you. Ms. Matthews?
Yes, it was to be, the Hartford News was to be uploaded and available via the town website. And I think that happened for a couple of issues. And then I guess it was the select board must have decided to do the Hartford Happenings on the town site in competition for the Hartford News, which is probably what ended up with Hartford News not being recommended to be funded. So it's really a conflict between the two different forms, two different publications.
So the select board did not recommend 0. The select board, we recommended $500 because we felt that they would need some lead time to build up their, we know it's a valuable piece of periodical. We recommended the 500 because we felt like they needed some lead time to build up their ads and their sponsors that would compensate. So that was why the select board voted what we did. Peggy, the select board did not choose. Susan? No, but it's not a debate between two people. It's a listen respectfully, make up your own mind. Ms. Eichmann? Just point out that, as was mentioned earlier, that the town was 64, and although I was 77, I do use the internet, but many
many people in Hartford do not, or need not read the publications online.
Okay, so the motion that's before the body is the recommendation of the budget committee for $0 on Sunday, Article 31, focused on the Hartford newsletter. Is there anyone who wishes to add new information to the conversation? Leanne?
I just wanted to say, I used to send a letter with the tax bills every year, so this came from that. We can't put any political ads on our website because that wouldn't be right. What else?
Leanne, I'm trying to understand, are you speaking for or against the proposed?
Well, I was just explaining why it came to be,
What is it?
the Hartford happening, sorry.
Okay. Well, we're on, that's.
Yep, okay.
Happenings isn't the news.
Yep, okay.
Right. So again, I'm looking for information that hasn't already been shared. Ms. Mason.
I have to say there has never been any ad for somebody running for a position in town or for a state or whatever that has ever denigrated anyone. They are to state only what they are about. And
So
that's what was done.
thank you. Ms. Oakley.
Wanted to say that repeatedly, some people who object to funding the Hartford News have pointed out that the select board position is not political. Therefore, having ads for select board candidates which are offered to every single candidate, they're not political. It's not a
Okay,
political.
your motion is, your comments on entering into the motion and from the body of the joint. So, the motion before the body is the budget committee's recommendation, $0 for the Hartford newsletter. All those in favor of the $0 motion, please raise your hand. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion fails. So the chair would ask for an alternate motion. Mr. Howard. So is there a second to the amount of 1,400 for the Hartford newsletter? Mr. Mason, are you seconding? Thank you, sir. So the main motion before the body at this time is $1,400 to support the Hartford newsletter. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Susan.
Hartford Heritage Society does a lot of really great things for our community also, and we funded them for $600, and I would feel that we could do the same thing for newsletter.
The motion before the body is the $1,400 figure made by Mr. Helping. Dave.
I speak against the motion only because that's a huge amount of money that you don't need to spend. The newsletter has very good merit. It should be out there and finding ways to finance there. That was the middle of the ground with the select board 500. I speak against the motion.
Seeing no other hands, I'm going to ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion of dedicating $1,400 for the Hartford newsletter, please raise your hands. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? We're going to count, folks. Put your hands down. If you vote yes for the $1,400, would you please stand? And then you stand while the ladies do this.
Next, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, opposed. All those opposed, stand with those count, please. And ladies, I will count again.
Thank you.
Or asking.
Thank you. There were 26 yes votes and 22 no votes. So the motion for the $1,400 passes. Thank you. Article 32. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate $887 for the area snowmobile clubs. This is recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 32? Mr. Bowen, you move, and Mr. Mason seconds. Article 32 is read. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 32, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 32 carries. Article 33. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the Bear Pond Association. $500 has been requested. I believe this reads that the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen recommend the $500 that was requested. Is that likely? Thank you. Is there a motion on Article 23? I'm sorry, Mr. Harvey removing me. Thank you. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. The requested amount of $500 in Article 33. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Mr. Mason.
Well, I believe that, since we're cutting here and, that, we want to, do more volunteer work and the people who use this, pond, maybe should, pony up a few more bucks.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 33? Ms. Gomez.
I have to say, I disagree with Mr. Mason. The reason for the funds, if everyone reads what's in here and how to add on their fund, I have to say their is to do their water test. And that's all they ask the town is that they provide some funds for the water testing. The value to the town, the tax base is on Bear Pond. I don't think anyone in this room can imagine if the water goes bad, what value for the town is going to be tax-wise, if the value goes significantly down for all of the houses that are providing a significant tax base to this town. So it would be the most ludicrous sense to not have them maintaining their water and doing their best to do their water testing. It's very short-sighted.
Oh, ma'am, I can't read your name. Could you state it out loud for Ms. Jalou?
Bear Pond Improvement Association is all volunteer, and we raise all the money. This is all we do. Keep the water clean and get different house values very much.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey.
Can I ask a citizen question? I have one.
I'm sorry? Hang on just a second, Mr. Harvey. I didn't hear your question, so I didn't answer it there. You want to know if town or contribute, if the town of Turner contributes to the fund. Is there someone who can answer that question? Mr. Rue? That means that Turner does. So the answer, Mr. Harvey, is yes. Sue, you had your hand up. Basically, I just wanted to say that it's all volunteers for BPIA. Many hours and watershed information is shared with actual. And the only thing they are asking, besides they have never dues, a lot of other things, they raise all their own money, so. Mr. Mason.
Why did it, if it was just for, the water testing, why did it go from 250 to 500?
There's an assumption in that question. What was approved last year was 250, but we don't know what was requested. And this is this year's request, so they're not comparable. We don't know. We don't know what was voted. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 33? Mr. Pettigrew.
I believe the question is that there be two key water tests as we get information associated with it. I believe they're asking to be able to be key
water test.
Thank you. So the request is for 2 water tests. That's the material in the town report found when it's done stuff. Mr. Mason,
Have there been 2 water tests in the past, or is this something new?
is there anyone who could tell us whether 2 water tests have been done previously in a year, Sue?
APCOG's doing a bunch of new, water requests from each one of the bodies that install a waterway. And so that they can get more information to share regarding watershed information. So, I believe that Lake Annisempsacook is also, doing the same water tests and so.
Mr. Rue. Mr. Rue, can you stand up so we can all hear you, please? 2 to 3 testings per summer season. It's summer season. Thank you. I'm going to ask for your vote at this time. The requested amount of $500 has been moved and seconded for the Bear Pond Association. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion, Article 33 carries. Article 34, to see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the Lake Annisempsacook Association. $500 has been requested and recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 34? Mr. Chair? Are you moving the requested amount, sir? Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Conklin. Thank you. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 34? So,
Just clarification, I'm assuming this is for the exact same reason, the correct statement?
the assumption is that this money will be used similar to the money for the Bear Pond Association for testing the water.
Yes.
Do you have Mr. Terry, do you have an answer?
Clarify, the equipment for the water testing, has almost doubled in price over the last 5 years. And also the, town of Canton, which has properties on the lake, also contributes, to try and do the water testing and also, mitigate issues within the watershed. Money well spent, as has been discussed previously.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mason.
I understand why we do it, okay? But when Massachusetts, it's a little bit situation. Why doesn't, because if the water supply to the town or part of the town, why doesn't all the water testing done by the town, for the town water district?
Are you speaking about a different town, Mount Hartford, Canton?
No, I'm just speaking about because it's a water supply to the town of Canton. Why doesn't the water district do all the testing? I would think it should be dealing with the advantages and not rely on some volunteer association.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Ms. Matthews.
Yes, as part of the comprehensive plan, I've been doing extensive review of all the water resources in town, and I've been contracted the Canton Water Department. All necessary to deal with safety for public consumption as a public water source, and the kind of testing that the pond associations are doing has to do with water clarity, which only affects eventually the property values of the people that live along the path, along the shoreline, they're doing safe and clear water enough because of the pristine quality and the environment that they're going to be living on. So it's entirely two different things. So the Canton does not do that.
Mr. Downer. You had your hand up earlier, sir. Do you wish to speak to the motion on Article 34?
Well, I have some knowledge of the problems Lake has with algae blooms and all that. And I understand Mr. Hamilton up in Canton was doing a lot of testing on the lake to assure that nothing like that happened. And that it also, and of course, a good portion of the lake is in Hartford, including the Hartford Town Beach. So think that we should support the testing of water in Canton. Thank you.
I see no other hands. I'm going to ask for your vote at this time. The recommendation, the requested amount of $500 has been moved and seconded in Article 34. All those in favor, please raise your arms and hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Article 35, to see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the Hartford Summer Food Bank. $1,500 has been requested. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend raising $1,000. Is there a motion on Article 35? Mr. Harvey.
Second.
Thank you. The requested amount of $1,500 has been moved and seconded. Sir, did you second it? Thank you. I'm doing this for Leon's benefits. Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 35? Ms. Matthews.
I really don't know anything about the Hartford Food Bank. However, I learned at the public hearing that the food bank lost federal grants. It services about 50 families. And the week before the public hearing, they had 4 new families. And they think the loss from maybe the federal grants amounts to maybe $10,000. And the food bank would like to see more donations. So in general, if we need to help the needy in our town, I think the article should be passed as requested.
Mr. Dyer.
Just a question. So we're voting for $1,500.
The motion is for $1,500. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the $1,500 to support the Hartford Summer Food Bank, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion, Article 35 carries. Article 36. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of money for the increased Robinson Library. $300 has been requested. The Budget Committee recommends raising $0, and the Board of Selectmen recommend raising $150. Is there a motion on Article 36? It has been moved to accept the recommended amount by the Board of Selectmen of $150 for Article 36. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Tiff. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Ogden.
Curious if anyone here knows what the increase of library expense
Is there anyone who could help us understand what the purpose of the funds would be to increase Robinson Library? Leanna's looking, they're going to wait patiently.
There are handouts that explains all the requests.
There are handouts that explain all the requests they've given with the rest of the partner who's in the banking number.
septic system. They are putting in new lights and they online to have the home summer season continuous. They are recommending on also use.
Mr. Clement.
Keep the motion on the floor, we're on last year.
From the approved amount, I would say that's right. So the motion before the board is $150 that the selectmen have recommended in Article 36. Anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands. All those in favor of the motion on Article 36, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion carries. Article 37, to see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the Zadak Long Free Library. $1,200 has been requested and recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion? Mr. Harvey. The requested amount of $1,200 has been moved and seconded. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Holman.
Don't want to take up too much of your time, I know we all want to be on here, so possibly, whatever you have to do, don't underestimate the Johnny, everybody knows. Yes, trending in there, yeah, trending in there. Have one, and they can get any book you want, if you just know where they can get things to do. And so much more, I'm totally urged, I guess, for the house.
Seeing no other hands, I'm gonna ask for your vote at this time. All those in favor of the $1,200 requested for the Zeta Fund through Abbott, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 37 carries. Article 38. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for Helping Hearts of Western Maine. $300 has been requested. The Budget Committee and Selectmen recommend raising $100. Is there a motion on Article 38? David.
And move that we recommend take the budget committee's, recommendation.
$100, sir. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Pattenville. So, the Selectmen and Budget Committee's recommendation of $100 has been moved and seconded in Article number 38. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hand, oops, I'm sorry, Ms. Taylor. Yep. Can someone explain what Helping Hearts of Western Maine is?
You still have that open, Leslie?
Apparently, there's a handout over there that answers this question. Do you have some information now?
It's a place where they have any number of things that have been donated to the community, and anybody can go in for free. It's clothing, it's all kinds of things. You never know what you find in there, and it's all free for anybody in need to just walk in, and you don't have to pay anything for it.
Where is it located?
It is located in South Paris, just before you go over the bridge.
Just along with
It used
Gateway.
to be, a bread place. It used to be, they used to sell the bread. I can't remember if it was Country Kitchen or whatever.
Thank
But
you.
in that spot right there.
Ms. Terrier, did you have? Okay, Ms. Eichmann.
Yeah, I heard about what you're asking money for is the maintenance of the building and, all stacking volunteers.
So I'm gonna ask for your vote at this time. If you're in favor of the $100 recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen for Article number 38, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 38 carries. Article 39. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for Mothers Community Club of Summit. $100 has been requested and recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 39? Mr. Khan, vote in. Thank you. Mr. Harvey seconds that motion. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 39? Ms. Eichmann?
If someone can say.
The question is, how will this investment of $100 benefit the town of Hartford? Is that an answer, Ms. Holman?
Yes.
You have the floor.
The Mothers Public Summer hosts Easter egg hunt for the children. I guess it's probably Saturday at 40, but they have an Easter egg hunt and kids from Hartford and summer come and they run around in the field and parents and find it candy.
Thank you. I see no other hands, so I'm going to ask for your vote at this meeting. If you're in favor of the recommended amount of $100 for Article 39, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 39 carries. Article 40. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for Buckfield Recreation Department. $1,000 has been requested. The Budget Committee recommends raising $500 and the Board of Selectmen recommend raising $1,000. Is there a motion on Article 40? Mr. Harvey. Thank you. Is that Mr. Tipp or Mr. Conlon? Mr. Conlon. So the Selectmen's recommendation of $1,000 has been moved and seconded in Article 40. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Mr. Harvey.
So I had a Hartford citizen who's actually on the Buffalo Rec Department come to me yesterday or over this week, and I guess Buffalo Rec is paying for porta potties Whenever got hard ball field, we are playing private games here this summer. I just think it's fair to give them some money back. Take it up to the board.
Great.
Okay, well, my question was answered, but I vote against the motion. I don't think we should be supporting another town recreation.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, I'm gonna ask for your vote at this time. The motion before you is approving $1,000 to benefit the Buckfield Recreation Department. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 40 carries. Article 41, to see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for our team. $2,500 has been requested. The budget committee and select persons recommend raising $1,000. Is there a motion on Article 41? Ms. Icahn.
I really requested amount of 2,500.
Is there a second? Ms. Icahn, your motion fails.
It basically had its name.
Well, I know, but you didn't indicate that you seconded it. So that's, are you seconding that motion, Mr.?
Had to tie it up, yes, Peter.
I misunderstood. I thought you maybe wanted to speak to the motion.
Well, it hasn't been seconded yet, so.
Amen. Anybody else can try? Just say, try not to text Mr. Benton or why. Oh, so the motion and second is the $2,500 that has been requested to Harvard. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Sue?
Having had several new entries for general assistance this year, I reached out to RCAM and they were unable to help or able to offer assistance, which is one of the reasons why, as a select board, we recommended $1,000 versus the higher amount. So I recommend we lower the
Ms. Petner?
I don't know what RCAN is. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry, who will answer that question? Sue, will you answer it? Speak it up.
It is Rural Community Action Ministries, and they're located in Green.
Leeds on Churchill Road.
Okay, we got it.
Thank you.
Ms. Icahn?
They provide some funding to do that. And they also give people free seedlings and seeds to their gardens, and they do come and set up gardens. They're all helping the bank.
So the motion before the body is the requested amount of $2,500 for the RCAM organization. All those in favor of the motion, Article 41, please raise your hands. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? The motion fails. Thank you. Is there another? I'm still looking for a motion, Article 41. Ms. Bonas?
The selectmen and the recommendation follows.
Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Preston. So the $1,000 recommendation by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen is the motion that regarding part-time for $1,000. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 41, please raise your hands. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 41 carries. Article 42, to see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for Lifelight. $601 has been requested. The Budget Committee and Board of Selectmen recommend raising $0. Is there a motion on Article 42? Mr. Harlan? $0, sir. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Williams. So the dollar amount recommended by the Budget Committee and the Selectmen is $0 for Lifelight in Article 42. Anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Is our plan?
It's somehow, absolutely. Do you believe you'll never need it? What is the reason for the $0?
Is there anybody from the Board of Selectmen or the Budget Committee to put answer Ms. Sussman's question about the $0 amount? And if there isn't, there isn't, but
I can explain why.
Mr. Howard?
Reason why $0 they're for profit company. They look at the flights, so they wired it.
Susan?
We have not received, requests from them except in the last couple of years. They've really developed a development department to go out and seek funding from towns. And at this point, I just felt like more money going out that we cover for people ready to stay.
Ms. Peggy,
What happened if there was an emergency that only like could handle in Hartford and you're not succeeding? They would still come.
there's not a connection between the two that I'm aware of. Exactly.
Can who would be Joe? They leave.
I'm not sure if we know the answer to that question because it's no one in the right and right side. So, the motion is $0. Are you going to add? Leslie, I wanted to ask, are you adding something that we haven't already laid in?
Correct.
Thank you.
According to the paperwork which they submitted to us, they claim that they are a private, nonprofit charity organization with a public maintenance doing all of things. So we were just told that it was not. It's not right.
So it's a nonprofit.
It's nonprofit charity.
Mr. Harvard,
So I'll clarify that. I know it's still not, but if you bill for this, I know firsthand.
yes. The helicopter ride is not free. Ms. Hall,
But I know that we have a lot of organizations that have $500, $600 in film contracts. We're using our ability to draw down federal funds to the children's communities. I don't know if anybody can answer that, but this may be the reason for that request, because let's say we're going to need a helicopter at $600 a month.
seeing no other hands, I'm going to ask for your vote at this time. The motion on Article 42 is to follow the Budget Committee and the Selectmen's recommendation, raising $0 for lifeguard. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion carries. Article 43. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for seniors plus, the requested amount was $1,000, and the recommendation from the Budget Committee and the Selectmen is $1,000. Is there a motion on Article 43? Sue. Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Cohen. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? This is for the requested amount of $1,000 and Article 43. Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 43, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion on Article 46 carries. Article 44. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for safe voices. $750 has been requested. The Budget Committee and Selectmen recommend $0. Is there a motion on Article 44? Ms. Holman.
Move the recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second? The recommended amount, thank you, Mr. Mason, seconded. The recommended amount is $0 for state voices in Article 44. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Sue?
We found that none of our local residents have recently been served, and we have feedback that they are not good at returning their calls or services, so that's why we need a recommendation.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 44? Ms. Ogden? Yes, it will be out of order. Yes, Ms. Mason.
Is there a letter that they're sending that maybe says how many people they have served? Or
Welcome to this discussion. Does your town report include these correspondence or not? I haven't had a chance to look at it. Oh, that's a separate email. So the motion before the body was the $0 motion regarding safe voices in Article 44. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak to the motion? I'm gonna ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, on Article 44, please raise your hands. Thank you, hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 44 passes. Article 45, to see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for the Hope Association. $300 has been requested. The Budget Committee and select persons recommend raising $0. Is there a motion on Article 45? Mr. Kerr? Is there a second? Second by Ms. Khan. So the recommended amount of $0 has been moved and seconded in Article 45. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 45, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 45 passes. Article 46, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of money for the Cancer Resource Center of Western Maine. $250 was requested. The Budget Committee recommends 0, and the Board of Selectmen recommend raising $100. Is there a motion on Article 46? Susan?
Recommend the select board amount for $100. We did this last year.
Thank you. Mr. Cummings seconds that motion. So the Board of Selectmen's recommendation of $100 has been moved and seconded for Article 46. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands. All those in favor of the motion, Article 46, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 46 carries. Article 47. To see if the town will vote to raise and or appropriate a sum of money for MPBN TV. $150 has been requested. The Budget Committee and the Selectmen recommend raising $0. Is there a motion? Mr. Harvey? Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Lay. So the recommended amount of $0 has been moved and seconded for Article 47. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Ms. Pettigrew?
I am a conservative, and the radio stations that this one is supporting.
Hang on a second. This specifically says TV. MPBN TV.
I am a conservative, and MPBN TV is a bias against conservatives, and it represents a point of view that isn't similar to mine. And I don't mind if other people aren't conservative. I just think I don't want to support or have it understood that the town would support something that wouldn't support my point of view. And just if we did Fox News, and there were some people here that would not support that, that kind of makes that point clear. I didn't want to use my money to support something that wasn't my point of view.
So you're speaking in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Dyer?
I'm a big fan of public service TV. I support it and I contribute to it. And I would like, can they stand to lose from the federal government millions of dollars, I understand, recently. And so I would like to recommend that we support it, and I would even recommend we increase that to $300.
Well, Mr. Dyer, any proposed amendment at this time would be out of order, or we have to defeat the main motion and then also another number. The number before the body right now is 0. On this argument.
I vote against the motion on the floor. Generations of children and justice and broadly and other educational programs that I have a hard time seeing how the county conservatives go. I would just definitely vote against 2-0 on that.
Okay.
Okay, I vote in favor of the motion, just that, the town shouldn't be supporting any political view either way.
So, the motion before the body was the Budget Committee and Selectmen's recommendation of $0 for MPBN TV. In Article 47, all those in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down, all those opposed. Thank you. We're going to count again. It's good. If you are voting in favor of the $0, you can. If you abstain,
And the rates they are low to nothing. Make your daughter with this thing. Those things. You may see the back of the column, and those who are negative, the nays, stand please. Right, 18, thank you. The motion passes, the vote was 20 yea and 18 nays. Thank you. Article 47. Article 48, the see if the town will vote to raise and to appropriate a sum of money for the Kennebec Behavioral Health. $50 has been requested and recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 48? Ms. Conlon, are you in favor of that amount? Thank you. Is there a second? Sue, is that a Sue second? So the requested amount of $50 has been moved and seconded in Article 48. Anyone wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 48, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion, Article 48 carries. Article 49. To see if the town will vote to authorize the selectmen to use overlay for accounts exceeding appropriated amounts, including tax abatements and applicable interest, and to set the amount of overlay at no more than 5% of the tax commitment. Is there a motion on Article 49? Mr. Mason, is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Harvey. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 49? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 49, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Article 50. To see if the town will authorize the Board of Selectmen to be, on behalf of the town, to dispose of tax acquired property being quitclaim deed by either A, offering the property to a former which is deceased to his, her, or their heirs, devisees, personal representative for a price equal to all outstanding taxes, interest, fees, and costs, or B, using the process authorized by 36 MRS subsection 943-3. For sales other than to the former owner, any excess in sale proceeds as defined by 36 MRS subsection 943-C shall be returned to the former owner. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 50?
Moved by Ms. Bonas, is there a second? Mr. Mason, seconds. Article 50 has been moved and seconded as read. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 50, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion on Article 50 carries. Article 51. To see if the town will vote to fix the following rates on which real and personal property taxes shall be due and payable. One half of the tax shall be due and payable on December 1st, 2025, and one half of the tax shall be due and payable on May 1st, 2026. Is there a motion on Article 51? So moved by Mr. Ray, seconded by Mr. Mason. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 51? Seeing no hands, I'll have to vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 51, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion on Article 51 carries. Article 52. To see if the town will go to fix an annual interest rate of the maximum allowed by state law, currently 7.5%, on real and personal property taxes not paid on or before December 1, 2025 and May 1st, 2026. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 52? Susan, thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Mason, seconds. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 52? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 52, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion on Article 52 carries. Article 53. See if the town will fix an annual interest rate of 3.5% on excess taxes paid when tax abatements are issued by the Board of Assessors. This comes from MRSA 36, Section 506A as amended. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 53?
Yes, good.
Mr. Mason moves. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. Chad. Well, again, we're on Article 53. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 53, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed. Thank you. The motion on Article 53 carries. Article 54. To see if the town will vote to authorize the tax collector or the deputy tax collector to accept prepayments of property taxes not yet due, so assessed, and to fix an annual interest rate of 0% on taxes paid prior to the due date. MRSA 36, Section 506 amended. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 54? Moved by Mr. Chair and seconded by Mr. Mason. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 54? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 54, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 54 carried. Does anybody here know the Schooner Fair band that used to play out of Portland? Do you remember I See the Light? Honestly, in the light names. There you go. Article 55. To see if the town will vote to accept all revenues from cost-sharing project rates and from state and federal agencies, this revenue will be distributed to the appropriate accounts as intended by said agencies. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. The motion on Article 55. Moved by Mr. Mason, seconded by Ms. Gomez. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 55? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion on Article 55, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 55 carries. Article 56. To see if the town will vote to accept the categories of funds listed below as provided by the Maine State Legislature and appropriate and apply the total estimated amount of $327,932 against the total amount authorized to be raised by taxation. There is a list for your contemplation, and this is recommended for the Budget Committee. Thank you. Mr. Mason moves. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Eichen. And again, we're on Article 56. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 56, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 56 carries. Article 57, to see if the town will vote to apply the local revenue amount of $329,300 against the total amount authorized to be raised by taxation to reduce the FY25 tax commitment. This is recommended by the Budget Committee. Is there a motion on Article 57? Moved by Ms. Boulay, seconded by Ms. Bonas. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for your vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 57, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion, Article 57, carries. Article 58, see if the town will authorize the treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to waive foreclosure on used real estate tax lien pursuant to 36 MRSA subsection 944 when deemed appropriate. This is recommended by the Board of Selectmen. Is there a motion on Article 58? Moved by Ms. Bonas and seconded by Ms. Boulay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to the motion on Article 58? Seeing no hands, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, Article 58, please raise your hands. Thank you. Hands down. All those opposed? Thank you. The motion on Article 58 carries. I am reminded by the that if you this may run an election, we'll ask that you would stay so that we could be sworn in. And technically, we're not going to adjourn the town meeting because we have to do that before we adjourn. So we all could just leave. I know you think I'm kidding, but we're down. If you were elected to a Memphis in the fall, we will do a nice job. Let's get it back.
Two.
Also, I can stand up.
That's the tourist. Out.
When she first started, people. Oh, it's like. We're worried about what's. Yeah.
Yeah, behind you.
20 to 5 just to keep me, what it is.
Nice meeting you.
Yes, I used to.
Sure. See what we can do for you.
See, transport.
The what? Yeah, we'll sit down and fix, I don't know how many hours do we work a week?
Yeah.
Okay. We can probably figure it out. Yeah. But if you figure something out. Somehow we slide something around. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, I don't want that. Bleachers ain't good for the back.
Strong enough. Oh. That would be a record, it's like them from. It's so fast. Even at my birth, or my house, and it's not anything. Can I just email us if you're in the pure with you? Yeah. We're pretty fast, picture with you. Yeah. From the news, it's like, let's go. And he thinks just on the street, I speak to HR. And here, you don't know, I was to like, stop. What's when it's stop? What's good that? I can't walk out. You know, the company can't think that out. So, I think it. Charlie, said that's that I don't change it. I give money to gaps. He went to the sheriff's department, also be a message on his file. What's his face? Or not too. But they just I did not say that. Yeah, they said they were not too much. So I just can't have these jobs. It's not hard to think about how come. Well, that's a like. Well, it will just join that. Put the link together. Yeah. Shows up how. I could see one for really, there's no way that I would marry and rest just what she says. Right? Oh, such I don't care at all. It's like, I don't have any, I think it's really fun. There's so much that's good that you're ready to get up to some part of garden. I'm not sure it was going to be. It's my precious. That's how well it was. Yeah. Responsible for stealing it. Especially that's really exercise of the terrorism is not big. Yeah, can have one person serving she's racing the time. Don't need to fill out. Oh, I should start going to the internet. I don't know what to do. It's just kind of speculating. Do you want to do it again? No. Well, just it out. We're still there. So, put all that to it and then all the way around. Well, thank you. You can think on it, so it's tall. You know, everybody should get still. I can't tell what you take to that. It's like, I'll down in Florida, tourist, I'll trust that. I can reach out since I'm going to be able to just to my
Stop it.
So, or you could